test. Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. It is 10:30, but let's just wait a couple more minutes. So everybody got their coffee from the barista? Oh, no, wait. They don't have a barista, unfortunately. At least I don't have one in my house. Right. I think we should start because we have a full agenda. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, everyone, wherever you are. My name is Miriam Kühne, and I am the VIPE chair since last year, September. We also have a vice chair, Neil O'Reilly, who is here also behind the scenes, and will jump in if anything is missing or not working. We have we can move on. Sorry, I need to tell Rob is in the background who is controlling the slides for me because it's just so convenient for me. But of course, I have to tell him. Actually, in the meantime, I found out we have over 1,000 registrations. Now, not everybody is here, obviously, but I hope to see most of you all during the week and in various sessions. This is our third, no, move back. Sorry, I have a few more things to say. This is our third virtual meeting. Just amazing if you think of it. I mean, already 3 meetings online. I've also find it amazing what this community has done during this pandemic. I mean, everybody is so relying on the internet right now, and it's become such an incredibly important tool. And that's also thanks to you all. I think you should be proud of that. And you keep the internet running and keep it stable and accessible for everyone in this community, but also, for everyone else. I remember, especially at the beginning of the pandemic, where operators were really helping each other out, calling each other when somebody needed anything in the data center or any other help. And I thought it was in the true VIPE spirit where there's a lot of collaboration and cooperation going on. So that's wonderful to see. Obviously, this community also thrives a lot on trust and informal information exchange. And it's really hard to build kind of a trust relationship with somebody on the screen, especially for newcomers, for new people. So yeah, let's look out for each other during this week and also outside the meetings. And I would especially like to welcome the new participants here, and I hope to see you during the week. Now we can move on. Just as a reminder, these are our principles. We're open to everyone. We bring people together from different backgrounds, cultures, countries, expertise, beliefs, and so forth. And we are providing a safe, supportive, and respectful environment. And therefore, on the next slide, you can see our code of conduct, which we should have seen when you registered. It's also available on the VIPE 82 website. And it basically says that we welcome diversity of views and different expertise and backgrounds, and that we treat each other with tolerance and respect. And we don't accept and tolerate any bullying or threatening or harming each other. And on the next slide, you can see if something happens, that you don't like, you experience any bad behavior, anything you feel uncomfortable with, these two wonderful people here, Rob Evans and Vesna Manojlovic, they are our trusted contacts for the VIPE meetings. They've been trained especially for this role, and they are reachable under this email address, but you can also set up private conversations conversations with them on Zoom or on spatial chat. And then all reports are going to be handled confidentially, and only they will see them. So please don't hesitate to contact them if there's anything you think it's not right. On the next slide, you see we're actually working on a new code of conduct to expand the one that we have currently on the website and be a bit more explicit. Also laying out what good behavior is, what we like to see people do at the RIPE meetings and in the RIPE community. And so this task force has been set up some time ago, and they've published a draft document in March, and that actually has received a lot of support and constructive suggestions on the RIPE list, which was really heartwarming to see. It was really good. And they're now working on the last closing the last loops in the actual code of conduct document, and we'll be holding a BOF on Tuesday to talk about the next steps, like the next two documents that are laid out in their charter. That is how to set up the code of conduct team and how to do the reporting. So I would really like to encourage you to pay attention to this and to attend the BOF, as I think this is an important foundation for our community to have a good code of conduct in place that we can all subscribe to. Now on the next slide, you can see the meeting plan for this week. It's quite full. It's a full week. I wish we could have, I remember the last meeting or the one before, it was almost like we only had half a week. But actually from the feedback we received last time, we extended the breaks. So we provided more space in between the sessions, and also some sessions are longer to allow for more discussion in the sessions. Again, we'll only have one stream, no parallel sessions. You can find all the sessions are behind this MeetEcho link, so they'll all be on this MeetEcho platform. I will get to some more information about that. And today is a full day of plenary sessions, plenary talks, and then on Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there will be working group sessions, and then on Friday we have a short morning with the community plenary that I also hope to see many of you at the end of the week. So let's move on to the next slide. You'll see a whole slide with all the faces of all the working group chairs who are responsible for the bulk of the week, if you will, like the working group sessions in the next few days. And there are some working groups that have working group chair selections going on right now. I believe in the address policy, IoT, and IPv6 working groups. And there were already nominations on the lists and support, and I think the decisions will be announced during the week. On the next slide, you'll see the program committee, and these are the people, the volunteers who are responsible for the great program that you will see today during the plenary session. And there are 2 seats available, and during the week. And the next slide, I think you can see how you can vote for new PC members. So 2 seats are available, and you can still nominate yourself or somebody else. And voting starts tomorrow on Tuesday and runs through all week. And then on Friday, we'll announce the results during the closing plenary. And there's also a document on the website, on the RIPE website, if you want to know a bit more what the program committee actually does and how much time it takes. You have to go to ripe.net, not the meeting website, but to ripe.net, and then go to the program committee and find information there if you are unsure, if you maybe want to nominate yourself. Now, talking about elections, there are also elections for the Number Resource Organizations Number Council, I think it's called, which is basically the representation from this community into the Number Council, or which also serves as the address supporting organization, address council in ICANN. So Phyllis Yilmaz has stepped down, and her term ends on the 31st of May. I'd really like to express my thanks again to Phyllis here. I think she's done great work representing this community together with the other 2 members of the committee of the council, Nurani Nimpuno and Hervé Clément, and who I'm sure they will miss Felice on the team. But there will be a new member, and there are elections this week. Everybody can vote. Everybody who's checked in at the RIPE for the RIPE meeting, and you have received a mail this morning and how to do that, how to check in on your registration page. And then you can register for the elections, and then you can vote on Thursday. And from Thursday to Friday, there's some information here, and there will also be information spread over the week. I believe also in the intermission slides and on the websites. And again, the results will be announced on Friday in the closing plenary. Right. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight some topics during the week that maybe that just picked out. I mean, as I said, the program committee has picked some really interesting presentations this week. The usual technical topics, obviously, that are relevant to all of us. But there maybe are some unusual presentations as well. And today, I think right after this, in the morning session, there will be a session on community well-being, what's called the resilience of the human network, that Erik Bijs is providing and is presenting, which was done in collaboration with a few other community members and is based on a survey that was sent out to the community a few weeks ago. And I mean, this is really a topic also close to my heart, because I think we're all humans in the end, and we've been suffering through this pandemic. And as I said earlier, we need to really look out for each other. And I hope activities like this can help with that. Another interesting topic I find important to this community, and maybe a little bit neglected over the last year or so, is encryption. And we all kind of take it for granted, but maybe it isn't. You know, it's under threat constantly from other interests. And there's this presentation later today, both showing the technical side and also the policy side, and what we can do as a community. Then there are a couple of BOFs. I mentioned the Code of Conduct BOF already. That's tomorrow. And today afternoon there is a BOF by the team that also organized a BOF last time, Scion. It's a new internet architecture, routing architecture that they're working on. I kind of came out of an academic research project, and this kind of making its way into the community. And the Scion team would like to possibly set up a working group or interact in other ways more with the RIPE community. I'd really like to hear some feedback from the community about that. So I'd like to encourage you to participate in that BOF later today. The other task force that is currently running is the RIPE, in addition to the Code of Conduct task force, we have the RIPE database requirements task force. They had a BOF on the 5th of May, so earlier, before the RIPE meeting, and the recordings and minutes and slides, they will be available on the task force page shortly, either later today or during the week. And they will also be available during the week to further talk about the final draft they would like to present. Well, Jan is telling me in his very good timekeeping skills that his time is running out, so I will move on. RIPE Community Plenary is on Friday, and nothing is surprising really there. I'll give a short update about what the RIPE chair team has been doing, and then there will be reports from the task forces and also from the IANA Numbering Services Review Committee, which is not on here yet, but Lurani will talk to us about that. We move on. Just some logistics. You have all found your way to the MeetEcho platform here. So you need to be registered, and you have received one unique link that you should use for all sessions during the week. Please don't lose it. Everything is on this platform. The live stream, stenography, Q&A, chat, you have obviously found, I can see. And yes, just go back one quickly, one back, so not so fast back, yes. No, one more forward. I just wanted to point out there's also a live streaming page on the RIPE 82 website, and we're also streaming it on YouTube this time, but obviously there's no Q&A and no chat available there. And the recordings will all be uploaded on the website, so everything is recorded. Please be aware of that. Yes, next. A couple of buttons here that you are probably familiar from last time, those who were here last time. Under your name, you'll see a number of icons to request audio and video. And under that, there's a whole row of icons that, a question mark for Q&A. Then you have the stenography, the chat, and you can also separate the chat, like have it in a separate window. And you can also use emoticons now. That was a big request from last time, so that should work now. And then there is a little icon for polls that we might be using from time to time, and obviously the participants list. And you can also now search for participants in there. Right, I'm sure you'll get familiar with that during the week. Let's move on to some fun stuff. There will be some social events during the week. Today, there are 2 short social events on Spatial Chat where you can first meet the RIPE Chair team, like Neil and myself, and ask us anything you might want to know about the RIPE community. And then right after that, there is a Meet the Board, the RIPE NCC Executive Board session also on Spatial Chat. On Thursday, we'll have the RIPE dinner, and the RIPE NCC has provided some fun activities again, because I believe it's Eurovision week, and there will be some talents and choosing the stars from the community. You can find all this on the website under social events. Now, obviously, we are here also to network with each other, not just to listen to presentations. And there are a number of tools that we provided. It's just kind of the next best thing to seeing each other face to face. This is Spatial Chat here. I'd really like to encourage you to hang out there if you have time during the breaks or in the morning. Unfortunately, you have to bring your own coffee. But yeah, so there will be a number of rooms that you can use and hang out and find the other attendees. And on the next slide, there's another option for networking. That's the app on your mobile that you can use on your mobile device with the agenda, all the attendees. You can set up individual chats or meetings with people through that, and then meet on some other platform that you choose. And then last but not least, there is the attendees list, and you can enable social contacts there. And you can find other people on the attendees list and then contact them there. And I would like to stress here, maybe that's not necessary, but obviously all these networking facilities aren't really meant for commercial purposes, but for hanging out and networking and seeing each other, even when if you can't do it face to face. On the next slide, you'll see our wonderful sponsors. I mean, thanks to all the sponsors that are sponsoring us even in these virtual times, and they are mostly sponsoring the meeting tools that we're providing here during the meeting, like Meetecho and Spatial Chat and the Kahoot quizzes. So thanks to the sponsors. Right. So. Again, last but not least, on the next slide, just a bit of a reminder. Again, I think you should be proud of what you've done during this pandemic. It's still going on, keeping the internet running and safe and stable. And obviously, and just as a reminder, I mean, as a community, I think we stand for coordination and knowledge sharing. And I kind of stole this from Rob Bloxall. He always had this on the slides: open, 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 to stress that we're really open to new participants, new developments, new circumstances and evolutions in the internet. And I think it's important to stress that. And obviously, there are also challenges facing this community. There are technical challenges, regulations, what have you, and of course, this pandemic in itself. And I think as a community, we really need to show and demonstrate that we are an important voice in the operations of the internet and an essential player in the whole internet governance ecosystem. And I think you've really done that, showed that over the last year, and we need to continue to do that. Yeah, unfortunately, again, we miss face-to-face meetings. I was looking at this picture there, that's from Rotterdam, and I put a sticker over it. Unfortunately, we are now virtual, but with all the great meeting tools that the NCC is providing, I'm really looking forward to a great week and to engage with you all, and I hope you will enjoy the week, and I see you on Spatial Chat. And yes, just last here are our contact details for the RIPE-Chair team. You can contact us individually or also as a team. That's it from me. I don't know if we have time for questions. Jan is keeping track of time, and he's in charge. So let us know. Let me know how you want to move on.
I don't think there are any questions.
Well, okay, that's good then. Then we can move on, and I'll see you all later on Spatial Chat. In the social, you can ask me anything you want.
So I see that I'm next on the agenda. I was waiting for a cue to step in, but I'll just jump in then. My name is Hans-Petter Holen. I'm the Managing Director of the RIPE NCC, the Network Coordination Center, and I've had this job for a year. While I have moved to Amsterdam last year, I'm still stuck in Norway due to the travel restrictions. The RIPE NCC office has been closed for more than a year now, and we're working fully remotely. All our events have been converted to a virtual format. For the larger events like this one, we're also working closely with our vendor Meetecho to enhance the meeting experience and not just relying on industry standard tools. For those of you who don't know, RIPE NCC is a membership organization. We have around 20,000 members. It was formed in 1992, and today we have 170 staff managed by me and my team, and we're overseen by an executive board elected by the members of the association. Our function is both to be the secretariat for the RIPE community and to be the regional internet registry for Central Asia, Middle East, and Europe. We provide services for the members and the community, paid by the membership fee. Most notable services are, as you probably know, the registry, where we register who is using what internet resources. The members can look into and update this through the LIR portal. We have the RIPE database where the members register additional information. And we have the RPKI, the Research Public Key Infrastructure Service, where resources like IP addresses and ASNs can be signed so you can secure your BGP routing announcement. We also have services like the Routing Information Service, where we collect BGP routing information from all around the world. RIPE Atlas with more than 10,000 measurement probes that you can run your measurements, and RIPE Stat, where you can have a peek into the data that we have collected. We're not just about numbers, although that's our main activity. We also run one of the root name servers, the KRoot, and an OTDNS service for enother.arpa and secondary name services. And I see in the chat that you're missing the slides, and yes, I haven't made any slides for this. I thought I'd just briefly take you through this talk without having any slides. And last but not least, we're doing online learning and in person when it's possible, as well as professional certifications, which is an important area moving forward. The executive board is governing the organization. We have regular board meetings where we discuss RIPE NCC strategy and important matters for the RIPE NCC. And there is a mailing list, Member Discuss, where we share announcements and discuss with members. There's a session in the evening today where you can meet the board and ask them any questions you may have to them. The general meeting is on Wednesday at 6 o'clock, and only members can attend there. You need to register separately, and voting is done electronically. However, the presentations of the RIPE NCC services are done in the services working group just before that, and that is open to anyone. On the GM agenda, financial report from 2020, revised charging scheme 2022, and election of the 2 of the 7 board members. As a secretariat of the community, we organize this meeting as well as regional meetings like the ENOG, MENOG, and SCE. With that, welcome to this meeting. I wish I could have met you all in person, but if you have questions for me, I will hang out in Spatial Chat by the fireplace in some of the breaks. So with that, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Hans-Petter. From here, we will take over as the PC, and let me introduce the PC from our work perspective, what we have done so far. I need my slides. Yes, here. So welcome. Welcome to another virtual RIPE meeting. We as the PC have done our best to put together a great plenary program to inform you and inspire you in all of these difficult times. Here again, Miriam already showed them to you, are my great colleagues with whom I had the pleasure to put this program together. Let me quickly walk you to the day we will have together. On Monday, we are all responsible for the plenary. So you will see 4 60-minute slots. So we enlarge the slots so that we have more time for discussions. Our timings are still quite tight, so please be precise on your questions. We will have full-length presentations and 4 lightning talks. So lightning talks are supposed to be short presentations where you can pitch ideas, have discussions afterwards, and you are warmly invited to afterwards meet in spatial chat and discuss in a more lengthy fashion the topics that you were most interested in. Please give us feedback. We are not only interested in rated talks, but we also want to feedback on the meeting format, because this meeting comes together based on the work of a great team. And we have spent a lot of time discussing on timings, on online settings. We all hope it's going to be the last time that we meet virtually, but nobody is really sure. So if you enjoy something we changed this time, if you are a new member of the community and are joining for the first time and you notice something, please tell us. You will see a feedback form at the end of the meeting. And as usually, please help us to do our job. Rate the talks. Every talk in the plenary session has a rate the talk button. We will read all of these ratings and make a more informed decision next year. So Miriam already told you that, but also from my perspective, please, please, please participate in the PC elections. 2 seats are open for election, and you can participate either by nominating yourself for the PC. If you have any question regarding that, just contact us. We are around in spatial chat, in Meetecho. We can be reached via mail, and we can answer all of the questions you have. But you can also participate by voting for the PC. You can see the PC candidate biographies on the RIPE meeting website, and there you can see what those people have to say about themselves. And with that, I welcome our first plenary presentation. Christian Adel will talk to us on what we could improve on our circuit management. So, Christian, the floor is yours. We need to, you've got your video. I will unshare and
Okay, so let me share my screen. This is what I have to share. Good. Welcome to this session, how to handle your circuit maintenances proactively. I'm really excited to be here at RIPE because it's the first time I'm going to talk about this open source project, and I can't imagine a better audience for this. Probably, while you are watching this presentation, a maintenance for one of your network circuits will be scheduled. And as the movie title says, the good, the bad, and the ugly, you have 3 ways to handle this. The bad, do nothing, ignore it, and let it happen. The ugly, manually handle it. Or the good one, automate it, and this is the one I will try to help you with today. Just a few words about me. I'm a network engineer focused on automation, working at Network to Code. Maybe you already know about the company, but for who is the first time that hears about it, is a network automation consulting company, helping others on the network automation journey with training, consulting, and implementation. It started from the community around our Slack channel with more than 18,000 people today, and still keeps the community and open source projects in its DNA. In case you would like to get more information about me or just reach me out on these pages. We will start first understanding what's the problem we are trying to solve today, and then present the components that will help us to solve this. Then we will see a demo to show you how this works, because I believe that an image is worth more than 1,000 words. The problem. As I said, most people here are managing networks built on top of a lot of circuits, and every circuit will have maintenances through its life cycle. Every maintenance could have an impact on your operations. Maybe you have to do some network changes or mute some alerting. And if you don't do this properly, maybe it will impact your business because the traffic will be not handled properly. Doing this task manually, even done in a proper way, is time-consuming and also prone to errors. And to make this even more complicated, every provider uses different notification formats. My first-hand experience and others give me this raw estimation. Around 3 maintenances per circuit per year will happen. And in some customers, for instance, reported up to 15 maintenances per day in average. Considering around 1 hour to work on this circuit before, pre, and post operations, you can do a quick math to understand how much engineering time is spent in this problem. In short, what we want to do is move from the manual operator analyzing and handling the change to a dynamic approach, where all the processing is done by your network automation. But every network automation strategy starts from the source of truth. The source of truth is where you define the intent of your network, and the network automation will take this information to enforce this vision. The source of truth could contain, for instance, all the IPAM information or device information like the BGP neighbors that you have to configure, and much more. So it can configure your network into the desired state. Usually, this intent is static and controlled by the network engineering team. But here, we are introducing a dynamic intent. Using the information that you are going to gather from your external network providers, this will add new challenges into the way that you handle this data, because you have to fetch data, you have to parse this data to accommodate into your source of truth, then store, and finally organize this data and link to the rest of objects that you already have in your source of truth. As you may guess or know, we are not the first trying to solve this. Some of you already have some custom scripts trying to solve this for your network. Also, some people in NANOC 2016 created a draft to define how an ideal maintenance notification should look like and how to implement it using an iCalendar format. But the reality is that even a lot of network providers have adopted it, around dozens of them, there are still a lot that use their custom models and formats. It's also worth to mention an existing open source project that tries to solve the same issue, Janitor, that we took as a reference. But in this project, we are proposing a slightly different approach. And the approach is basically try to apply the divide and conquer strategy. Here, we propose to split the problem into parts. First, a parser library that will only focus on taking any format from any provider and transform to a structured object following the previously commented draft. So we keep the same idea, but extending the coverage to whatever format the provider is sending. Then, on the right side, you have a source of truth extension that will use this parser library in order to get the notifications, parse these notifications, and with this information, just link all this information together with the rest of your source of truth and expose this to external integrations like an UI or maybe REST API or GraphQL API. This division will enable the community to take advantage of one of or both solutions independently. So you could maybe use the parser library in your custom scripts, or maybe you can just jump into the source of truth solution. Let's jump and present the first character of this, the circuit maintenance parser. This is a Python library that has a really simple goal. Just take whatever data structure you are going to handle and convert into something that we can understand consistently. We adopted the format mentioned above from the NANOC meeting, and it's going to be the reference that all the different notifications will be translated to. In this case, we see in this example, one notification following the iCalendar that is pretty straightforward, the translation, but also is going to work for HTML formats or maybe custom JSONs ones. As a Python library, the usage and the pattern is pretty simple. You just initialize the parser. If you don't define which format you're going to use, we assume the iCalendar, but you can just choose which is the one that you want to use. Then you process the notification that could contain multiple maintenances, and finally, just use this object. Currently, the parser is not supporting a lot of providers, but we expect to keep adding more and more as the library is adopted by the community. Second character is going to provide the interface. Sorry. It's going to provide the interface to use this library within a recently launched open source project called Nautobot. Maybe you are already aware of this fork from the Netbox project, that is a source of truth based in Python Django. So Nautobot is a fork from version 2.10.3 that is sponsored by Network2Code and tries to extend this source of truth vision and also incorporate it as a network automation platform. So Nautobot stays in the center of a network automation strategy, providing an extensible data model and also a lot of several interfaces to interact with. So it's a base foundation in order to add new functionalities into this solution. How this makes this possible? First important thing is the plugin architecture. So this follows a microkernel idea or architecture that you can, from these core functionalities, you can keep adding several plugins depending on the needs that you have. Actually, this circuit maintenance is a plugin that we are developing for Nautobot. It also uses several solutions like the data validation, just to curate the data that is coming in, really important when you are taking live data from external sources, extends core data models, and obviously we are going to add new models into this source of truth. Also allows you to run asynchronous jobs in order to extend the execution, and new API integrations like GraphQL. In short, Nautobot is a source of truth that is easy to extend. It allows multiple integrations on this plugin system, and it aims to facilitate development of new network automation applications. So the architecture that we present today in this solution, in this plugin, is just in orange. Here in the image, you can see a provider and a circuit. These two objects are models that exist in Nautobot, and this plugin is extending them a bit in order to be able to link them to the star of this system, that is the circuit maintenance. So the main goal of this plugin is to be able to create in your source of truth these circuit maintenance objects that, as you can see, is connected to the circuit. So we will have this information related. And this circuit is going to be created from a notification. To make this happen, we have to operate in a job that will fetch notification from external sources, maybe an email box, maybe a REST API, whatever the source is. And then using the circuit maintenance parser library, is going to be able to get all this information, get into a data that it can be understood, and finally create this circuit maintenance. Obviously, this information is the one that will be consumed by your network automation in order to do whatever you want to do with this information. So now it's time for demo. I want to show you how this looks like. We see here Nautobot. Nautobot has a UI that we can see is a source of truth. So you will see a lot of information about how to model your network. You have information about your organization, site, the data center management, about racks, devices, also has an IPAM, so has all this information. As you can see in this image, pretty much everything is 0. So we don't have a lot of data to focus on what is important for this plugin, that are the providers and the circuits. So in a provider, you can imagine how this is going to look like. So you can have a list of your providers. In this case, we are going to use Entity because it's one of the ones that we support in the parser library. So in this information, we can see the information that you want to add to Entity. This is part of the core data model. And you have, because everything is linked together, we have the list of the circuits that belong to Entity. 3 circuits in this case. If you go to a circuit, you can get information about the circuit itself, the type of the circuit, so all the data that enrich your source of truth in order to be usable by your network automation. What we are presenting today, the plugin circuit maintenance. Circuit maintenance, as we can see here, we don't have any circuit maintenance because it's a fresh run, so we don't have anything in place. The other object that is important for the plugin are the notifications that we don't have anyone in place. What we have is some sources configured. In this case, we only have one, that is an email box that I am using in order to fetch Entity notifications. And in order to make this happen and to run all the process that this asynchronous job, I can go into the jobs and try to run this job. If I run this job, now anything is going to happen. Why? Because I don't have any notification. So it's saying I'm connected to the source of notifications and nothing is there for you. So in the backend, I'm going to send an email with a notification that is creating a maintenance with a specific status. So let me send the mail. The mail has been sent. And now I can run the job again. I go to the job. Imagine that in production, you can have a lot of different jobs. This is just the specific one for this plugin. And if I run the job now, something is going to change. First thing is, here you have all the log of the things that have happened. The first thing, we created a raw notification. So something was received from the source of information, and we can see all the information that was related. We identified what was the provider, what was the source of this information, and the raw notification. As I mentioned before, this is a iCalendar format following the recommendation created in Nanode 2016 by that group. And you can see that there is a maintenance affecting several devices with different impacts. The important point here is that you see that this has been parsed. And the parsing happened because we were using the external library. And the good thing, and it was nice to see that the demo has not failed today, we see that it was parsed as true. So if we move to the parsed notification, we can see the object that was created from the iCalendar. This is the kind of object that the library produces. So we see all the information and the information for every specific circuit. Finally, you can see that this raw notification that was parsed originated a maintenance. So this maintenance that we can link from here, but we also can check in the circuit maintenances, we see that this circuit maintenance created that was coming from that notification, the status is confirmed. What's the information that we can see on this maintenance? Obviously, all the information about when this starts, when this ends. We also added an acknowledge field just to let an operator to acknowledge if it has done something manual or not. You can just take your idea about what this means. Then you have all the circuits that has been connected to this maintenance. If you remember from the notification, there were 4 different circuits, but only 3 were added here. Why? Because in the database, we only had 3 circuits. But the tool understood that, yeah, was there a circuit in the maintenance that it's not referenced in your database? So this is just a warning because maybe you are missing this information in your database. So you can update your database with the circuit, run the job again, and this will provide you the information. Everything in this source of truth is hyperlinked, so you can see all the information jump into the circuit. For instance, we jump into the circuit, and the information is always bidirectional. So you can also have here what are the circuit maintenances that are affecting this circuit for you. Finally, in the circuit maintenance, we also have all the notifications related to the job. What does it mean? That, yeah, now the circuit maintenance is confirmed, is something that is going to happen. You take this information into account, but imagine that now a new notification is coming in. So what I'm going to do is send another notification canceling this maintenance. Now I'm going to send a new notification, and the mail is sent. And to show you something different, because maybe you are wondering why only the UI integration. All that you can expose in Autobot as a UI can be exposed as an API. So I'm gonna change my screen to another window where I have a REST client. You see the REST client. In this case, I am targeting the same job that I was triggering before in the UI. Now it's going to be triggered via an API. I can trigger the job, and you're going to see that because this is an asynchronous job, I only get that the status has been scheduled, so it's pending. Now I'm going to jump again back to the demo. And the point here that I want to show you is, this is not the one, this is the one. Good. So now what we see here is that, do you see the status is confirmed? We still, if we refresh, it is still confirmed or not? No, it has changed. It has changed to cancelled. because the maintenance received another notification that we understood that was linked to the same maintenance, and we, like a state machine, we moved the maintenance from confirmed to cancelled. So it's a complete life cycle of the maintenance. We can check this job execution, we can check on the job results to see what happened on this operation. The job that we triggered before via API, we can see that there was not a new maintenance. We understood that was the same as we had before, and we changed from created to updated. We changed the status of this maintenance. This is a quick demo to show you that you can interact with this via the UI. You can also interact via REST API. You have all the objects of the source of truth, and also via the GraphQL API. So let's continue with the presentation, trying to show you what are the potential use cases that you can leverage on with this project. First is pretty obvious. It's just reporting and alerting. And you can imagine that having all this information about circuit maintenances, you can understand how many maintenances have happened during a period of time, how much downtime happened also for a period of time. And because this is coming from a circuit maintenance that is linked to a circuit and a circuit is linked to a provider, you can correlate all this information and maybe go to your next provider quarterly meeting with all this information. You can know how many maintenances have been scheduled for a particular circuit, and you can understand what the strategy to improve this. Also, something that is really interesting is alerting. So maybe detecting overlapping on maintenances. You could have a point of presence with two transits from different providers, but by chance they agree independently to schedule a maintenance that is overlapping in 2 hours. So maybe this point of presence will be completely black holed. So maybe knowing this information, you can change the schedule of these maintenances. But let's think a bit bigger. What if leveraging on this data that is coming from the circuit maintenance from Outboard, that is a source of truth, your network automation can do multiple things. One thing that can be delegated to the network automation is to send notifications, maybe send an instant message notification or a mail notification to your network operation team, whatever you think about spreading the word. Maybe you can send to a branch that will be affected, whatever. You can also update or change the status of your alerting and monitoring. If a maintenance is coming, maybe you can ignore if a link is down. So you can mute this notification and not get a page in the middle of the night. And finally, you can do even something better, that is understanding that a circuit maintenance is going to happen sometime before this happens. You can connect to your network, drag out the traffic on your circuits, and when the change is completed, you can just bring traffic into the circuit. Obviously, this is not because you don't trust your network provider, but you can do things better if you can do your job on your side. And if we still think a bit bigger, we can think about these self-healing networks. What this means? Imagine that you can have the capacity to take information about the performance of your circuits from a vantage point. You can correlate information and maybe conclude that one of your ISPs in one point of presence is not behaving as you expect from your criteria about packet loss or maybe latency. Having all this information in a time series database and processing all this logic could conclude that maybe for a specific circuit, a circuit maintenance that is not coming from the provider, but you can access the API directly, you could create your custom circuit maintenances for a period of time saying, okay, something is wrong with this circuit, let's leave it running as a maintenance. So if you create this object and your network automation is integrated as we showed before, you could change the status of your network and maybe proactively shut down a circuit for a while until this recovers the good performance. As a wrap up of this session, I just encourage you to try it. This is an open source project, 2 open source projects, so you can take one or the other and just use for your benefit. We expect, obviously, to extend the supported parsers, and this will come from the community. So for some providers, will be pretty easy because if they follow the iCalendar format that I mentioned before, it's going to be just a mapping. But for your custom specific providers, you can just contribute and the whole community will benefit from them. For the plugin view, for the source of truth, we are thinking on providing a reporting view that will help you to present this information that I was talking before, and also all these alerting integrations that you can add some logic in order to change or to alert when something bad is going to happen. As you can imagine, the most benefit of this solution is try to schedule this periodically. So not run ad hoc, run every now and then, maybe 30 minutes, wherever you want to run this update of circuit maintenances. There is no schedule today in the solution. There is in the roadmap for Nautobot on the next release, hopefully soon. But as I show you in the demo, having an external REST API is always something that you can connect to and trigger on your external cron job. So it's something that it can be achieved. And also we are thinking on extending the source integrations from external that now is only supported for an email box, but eventually everything could be. And hopefully soon a stable release of these solutions. As the references here, you will see what I'm talking about the maintenance notification improvement using iCalendars from IETF draft, or actually the draft that was created by the operation group in Nanoq. You have also the reference to Nautobot, to the circuit maintenance plugin for Nautobot, and the circuit maintenance parser. So you have all that you need in order to set this up and run it. Last but not least, I want to thank NTC team for supporting me to release this project, and also a great friend, Pierki, that inspired me with this idea of improving circuit maintenances. So thank you very much for your time. And if you have any question.
Hello. So my name is Jan George, for those who don't know me. I'm the RIPE Program Committee co-chair, and I will take care of the rest of this session. I would like to mention one thing. We would prefer you to ask your own question, so please join the audio queue and ask your own question. There is also an option of Q&A. We have two questions in the Q&A that I will read the first one now, but we will not ask questions that come over the chat. We don't have the capacity to follow all these tools together. And the first question is, hey, Christian, just wondering how many different formats have you seen in terms of circuit maintenance notifications? Are there any vendors aiming to implement the standard notification RFC you mentioned? So
in my experience dealing with multiple vendors, I have seen formats like an HTML from an email, raw text, JSON, so multiple of them. But hopefully, operators are changing their mindset and trying to optimize this because they know that the networks that they are supplying usually are automated. So automating, making these notifications easy to parse is always something good in order to leverage on them. On the other side, about how many vendors has adopted this new format, as far as I know, and this is the ones that are supported in the parser, I know about Entity, Packet Fabric, and EU Networks, but there are dozens of them. So from a chat that I had last week, I know that there are around 15 that I think that will be easy to put into the solution as soon as possible. So yeah, the idea of this parser is that, yeah, we aim or we encourage the community, the providers, to take this step and make the notifications compliant with this proposed draft format. But while we are not at this point, we don't want to stop our neutral automation goals. So this parser is just maybe a temporary helper just to make this transition smoother for the network's consumers.
Okay, there is no people in the audio queue, but there are a lot of written questions, so I have to read them. Okay. AJ Wolski, why did you decide to fork Netbox rather than contribute extend?
Okay, so this is more a question for the core development team in Nautobot from Network to Code. But the main idea was that there was a divergence on the roadmap of the solution. As I presented before, Netbox, it's a pure source of truth. And Nautobot today, because it was forked a few months ago, is purely the same kind of source of truth. But the roadmap that we have is not going to say more aggressive, but is more ambitious in terms of adding more features on this solution. And because of a divergence on the vision of this product, we decided, not this product, this project, we decided to fork it. But yeah, I don't know all the reasons because I'm not part of the core development team of Network to Code on this project.
Okay. Well, people seems to like my voice because they're just writing here. Nobody wants to ask their own questions, including Dmitry Kokhmanyuk from Hostmaster. That he's asking, what is the biggest installation you have?
You're talking about, so the project, this plugin is released today. So there is not any end installation yet. We have some customers on Network to Code really interested on this because one of them, for instance, was reporting more than 50 maintenances per day. So you can see how much waste of time is for handling all this stuff. But there is not any how to say, the installation of this plugin yet. Obviously, there are for Not2Bot, for the whole project, but not for this plugin. And this is the reason that the plugin is not still a stable release. So it's a version 0.1.1, if I remember correctly. So it's still in early stages, but I believe that it's in a good stage just to be adopted, maybe just to get information about what's going on your network. And if you finally trust the solution, you could even integrate with your network automation and take some actions.
Okay, we have more. We have still 3 minutes, so I'm closing the queue. David Kraft, very useful and long-awaited. Will this plugin work with Netbox, or do you plan to port it for those of us who can't switch to an Autobot because you removed secrets?
Sorry? Can you repeat?
Will this plugin work with Netbox, or do you plan to port it for those of us who can't switch to an Autobot because you removed secrets?
Okay, I understand that this remove of secrets is something from the migration from Netbox to Autobot. I'm not sure about what if of this limitation, if it's the case, but I could just move this question to the Not2Bot core team just to understand if it's something that could be solved, because we try to facilitate migration from Netbox users to Not2Bot with an importer of all the data. We don't have in mind to extend the support for this to Netbox today because we are focused on developing. Basically, the point is that we are relying on some new features from Not2Bot that cannot be translated, cannot be ported to Netbox. And this is a limitation on the developing of this tool. And actually, we have in mind further extension of this that will depend on some features that Not2Bot is going to add on the next releases.
And you just answered next question from Octavio. Is it compatible with Netbox? Apparently not. So I will archive this question. Elvis Daniel Velea is asking how many installations do you have already? We answered this one. And then we have from Elvis, when do you expect to see a stable release?
We are committed to this, so it will depend on the adoption. We have to see more people using it. We still don't have anyone using it in production with the real cases, but we have a customer that we are going to start deploying this in June, if I remember correctly. So soon we are going to see this in action. For sure some bugs will raised and new features will be asked for, but we are committed to support this for having this ready to go as soon as possible.
Okay. I think we are done with questions. And we are right on time. So thank you, Christian. Thank you very much for this presentation. I would ask for the round of applause in normal circumstances, but let's have a virtual applause.
Thanks very much.
So next one, Eric Weiss. Quite an important issue. We started discussing this a couple of meetings ago. It's about the resilience of the human network in the RIPE community. So please, Eric, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jan. Let me share my screen here. So when we started with the about this topic, the resilience of the human network in the RIPE community, this started about January this year. We came together as a group of people from within the RIPE community to talk about mental health within the community, because we felt, because of the things that we heard, people that provided some feedback, people we spoke about in the community, people that we talk on, daily basis, or people that, are working with customers, other ISPs. And we had the feeling that there was quite some people that are struggling with the current situation with COVID-19. So, and I'll introduce the group that started with this in a minute. The goal of this whole discussion was to see if we can open up the discussion about the impact of mental health within the community, and to see if there is something that we as a RIPE community can do, and also see how much of an issue is this. And during the discussions that we talked about this, we said, what are the plans that we can do, and how much can we do in this whole process? So this started about 2 years. This was prior to the COVID pandemic. In the NL-NOC community, we did a presentation somewhat similar to this, but more specific about the risk of burnout, specifically in talking about people working in a toxic work environment, and what kind of effects that had on the stress in your personal working relationship, and also the stress, what kind of effects that had on your body, and the actual health effects that it has. At the time, this was something that we haven't discussed prior, and it was actually something that came as a surprise to us as well, that it was still quite taboo to talk about these topics. Typically, if you know the NL-NOC days, those are very technical, made by engineers for engineers, and this topic came in and hit us all by surprise. It was, for me, it was humbling to actually do the presentation at that time. There's a link in the presentation. You can find it in the slides. I would definitely have a look into the presentation if you want to look it back. So the group of people that, based on the work that was done in the past in the NL-NOC community, also what INEX had been doing, we came together, had a couple Zoom sessions. We talked about, what would be the impact within the larger RIPE community. We wanted to know, would the topic actually resonate with the community? Is it something that we need to be more open about? Do we need to talk about this more? Can we provide a communication platform? And during the discussions that we did, we grew more and more on how we wanted to move forward on this. So one of the things that we decided on is to start with an actual questionnaire and see to get better feeling about what's how we can get this information and how the actual result is as a result from the questionnaire. Also, one of the things that we investigated with this group is to see within the community what was already done. So obviously INEX had done something, the Dutch NL-NOC group has been doing something, but that was based prior to the COVID-19 already, because of the discussions that we were already having since 2019, is that we had daily open for all informal coffee breaks on Jitsi, where people could just come on, talk about day-to-day stuff, issues on how can I configure this on a Juniper router, but also I have some issues with my boss. Can you how are you dealing with that, or that kind of behavior, team members that were not pulling their weight, that kind of stuff. It was very open for all to talk about, and since it's most of the time a small group of people that are talking there, it's very intimate and very it's an actual coffee machine experience that you would get there. So during the session, we decided how we wanted to approach this. Like I said, the questionnaire was sent out, and you may have seen that pass by on the right member list, on the right list, not the right member list. And we also wanted to see if we can get a slot on the RIPE 82 plenary. And one of the reasons for that is that we wanted to have a semi-anonymous way for people to join the session, and also as an added benefit that people could actually watch it back. There is no registration or additional registration required, and and after the RIPE 82 meeting, we're also planning to do an open house meetup. During the period since the beginning of 2021, there are also, as part of this whole process, there were some blog posts were posted on the RIPE Labs. The one from Caroline was also posted on LinkedIn, specifically on hiring within the COVID-19 year. And that was a bit adjusted and also posted on RIPE Labs recently. And those are the links here. And and in the INEX presentation by Tim Green was also done prior to that. And here's a link to see if that where you can watch that back. And that is specifically about the issues that stress will have and how that actually works within the brain. It's an interesting presentation to look at. So, why the questionnaire? Very specifically to see what is the state of the mental health within the community. And in that also give people the idea about, think about work-home balance, private balance, especially for people that, most of us are actually working from home now for more than a year. Get the time, gets insight in the time spent when people are not working. So what are you doing now that you don't have to spend time moving from home to office and back? Are you doing something different? Most of the gyms were closed in the last year. Have you tried to do something else? And actually also open up the people's eye in the relationship between work-related stress or COVID-related stress and the actual physical impact that this has on your body. So, example questions from the questionnaire. So, and this is something that is similar to the one that I used in the presentation about burnout related issues. There are actually a lot of things that people didn't realize but recognize once you actually ask them or actually explain to them, you know, do you have any health related issues that could relate back to stress or stress related causes? And if you look at the results, it's actually staggering. And some of the things that you hear also, if you do Zoom sessions or video calls or regular calls with people in the industry, the lack of energy, the time that people actually, you know, need to speed up again, but also to step back from work and go and you know, see if they can actually have some R&R time. It is staggering to see, you know, from all the respondents that we that actually filled in this question, and people could skip questions, but on the amount of people that actually answered this question, that 42, almost 43% said there is a lack of energy. And that is, you know, especially those are signs for people that this really has an effect on all of us, you know, or a really large group that is dealing with this. You know, and it's obviously there's a lot of people that have similar issues or other related issues as well. And it's interesting to see that specifically the lack of energy as the first sign, where the majority of the people that have you know, stress related issues with within the group of respondents of the questionnaire, that said, you know, the lack of energy, feeling tired all the time, feeling stressed, pushed, whether it's from work related issues or that your kids are at home, you need to homeschool them, and that we're having issues with that because we're not used to that. You know, it's especially people with, you know, small children. That group is struggling a lot on this topic, and you see other ways where people are actually trying to overcompensate, whether it's overeating, overconsumption of alcohol or other substances. There is different things where you know, our issue or our symptoms that will actually, if you're not careful, that will actually have an effect on this and will actually extrapolate. So this is definitely on, you know, on the questions that we asked during the questionnaire. There were some actual very private questions that we asked. You know, is it specifically relationship that's having the issue? You know, if you're normally living in a small apartment and now you have two people in the same department, one calling, the other were doing a Zoom session, children at home, expectation from family, but also the mourning or loss of family, friends last year. You know, it all adds up. And the thing is, it's not one or the other, but in a lot of cases, it's actual one on top of the other, on top of the other, and it's becoming an issue. Besides the fact that it's you know, it looks at some point where people say, you know, there's no way out. You know, this is becoming a real when is there light at the end of the tunnel for this? And the problem for us in, I'm Dutch, in the Netherlands, we have a very open way of communication. We're very open and honest on topics that we can talk about. But that's not the case in every culture or every country. And it's actually interesting to see that the topic here, although not discussed in certain countries or certain cultures, it doesn't mean that those issues are not there. And that adds additional stress. So how are we doing? And that was an interesting one, because we opened up with this question, how are you doing? Or how are you? And for some, it's a way of greeting, and it's a way of saying polite, I'm fine, I'm okay. But then if you look at the other answer, or the possible answers that could have been given, is that, I already had some prior issues prior to the whole COVID-19 pandemic. But the situation isn't helping, because all the restrictions, the social isolation, it's adding up to the stuff that was already there. But what was also interesting is that we had responses where people said, I had prior issues, but it's actually easier now, because I can isolate myself from people not standing over, looking over my desk. There's less bullying at the work floor, and I can actually get more done. So if being asked, how are you? What is it that you respond? Is it a courtesy question? Is it with the expected reply, yeah, I'm fine, to get rid of it? Or are you genuinely asking about your mental state? How do you feel? And that's specifically in culture and context and who's asking. As a Dutch person, English is not my first language. And if somebody asks, how are you? I intend to answer how I feel. And that's not always appropriate for, the time and place or the person asking. And on the other side, sometimes that is what's actually needed. But what happens if you actually tell how you feel? What happens if you actually say that you're struggling with the whole COVID-19 social distancing, the kids running around in house, and you're trying to juggle your work, near future issues, or stress by the financial stability? How is that? How do you feel currently about, not being able to go out, see your friends, not having a relationship, or that you suffer from the loss of somebody you knew or love? So one of the questions in the present, or in the questionnaire, or one of the questions in the questionnaire was, do you worry about your financial situation? And from all people that actually answered that question, we had about 27% that said, I worry about my job, financial stability, and this is stressful. And while we have, at least in the Netherlands, the government provided a lot of support for employers to keep a lot of people on staff, we still hear within the community that people have been laid off. We also saw in the responses for the questionnaire that specifically if you look at certain questions and match them, that people have been very careful about their own job stability, and that has because of the stress and the anxiety of being punished for something that goes wrong in your work, it doesn't add to an open communication platform that as a group of people where, in the team that you work with, if people try to hide their impact, if something goes wrong, it doesn't, it genuinely doesn't help to get things done and have them, how do I say this? How that helps to adjust the situation that caused the issues at work. And specifically, if we work with maintenance, stuff goes wrong. You work long days, and then in the night you need to do your maintenance as well. At some point, people are being used as a resource that needs to be, put to the end. And that was already the case prior to the whole COVID-19 issue. So talking about emotions and feelings, is it actually accepted within your culture and in your on the work floor? So in certain countries and religion groups, there is a taboo where certain topics are not to be discussed at all. If you look at this statistical numbers, depression, suicide officially doesn't exist in certain cultures or countries, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. Or being gay is criminalized. If it's not being openly discussed, it doesn't mean that it's not there. And yes, we asked some very serious questions within the in the questionnaire as well, specifically about suicide. And we actually reached out to the 113 suicide prevention lines in the Netherlands. And they stated, this is not a problem for females. The majority of the people that are actually see no way out of the current situation are male. This is a problem within 40 to 70-year group, and depression is the most common health issue within this group. And per year, and this is just for the Netherlands alone, we have about 1,900 people that die by suicide, which is an average of 5 per day, and the amount of attempts is about 25 times higher, about 135 per day, and that's just for the Netherlands. And the group of young people dealing with depression is rising currently at an alarming rate. And there's still a huge taboo to talk about this. This topic is something that we really need to be more open about. Also, we need to spot this earlier, especially on the depressions. And people need to get professional support. And if you are dealing with this, please do reach out to the suicide hotlines. And as I said, within the questionnaire, we also had a question like this, and it's
Eric, if I may interrupt, there is half a minute left. If you can wrap up, please.
Yes, thanks. So, so there's definitely this is not something that is not happening in our community as well. this is definitely something that we struggle with. Part of the whole, burnout and depression part that we are experiencing in this industry. So where do we stand currently? Most of the people responded about the experience of stress in relation to work, private related issues, kids being homeschooled while trying to work, feeling of insecurity about financial future, and some responded about burnout related effects and experiences. Is there a magic solution currently? Unfortunately not. However, we need to talk about this, being heard, recognize that someone isn't alone. It already helps. And yes, as a community, we can provide ways to discuss these topics and to relieve the feeling and perception of being alone in this. And perhaps offer some assistance by listening or even acknowledging that work-related stress is more common than one would think. So the RIPE community is all of us. It's not only that we're talking about here in V4 or V6 routing policies and charging schemes, and we need each other as a healthy community. That also means that we need to provide assistance for people when we're not feeling okay or stressed. So what's next is we're planning an open house meetup after the RIPE 82 meeting. That still needs to be scheduled. And the Mental Health Initiative Group is going to review the results of the questionnaire and community response and discuss the topic on to see if we can get a better communication platform. Decide from there on where and how. How can you help? Talk to the program committee in your local NOC or your IXP. See if you can get these topics discussed locally. Provide a listening ear for your people that could, need to talk to. And please avoid judging people about mental health related issues. It's how we perceive and react that really makes a difference in their lives. So if you need to reach out, you can talk to the people within the Mental Health Initiative Group. We're not professionals. We care, we listen, but perhaps give some advice. Feel free to reach out to Vesna, Caroline, Eileen, or myself. And in case you are struggling with suicidal thoughts, call a local practitioner and reach out to a national suicide hotline. Any questions? And sorry for overrunning.
Thanks a lot, Eric. I think it is really, really good to have this content at this position in the meeting. It was really nice to hear you talking about that. The discussion in the chat was very active. As it's traditional for the opening plenary, we are already quite pressed on time, so I will let on the people who actually do have questions, but please discuss this further in the break. So we have somebody in the microphone. No, the person in the video queue just withdrew. That is very sad. Then I will read out a question. Oh no, a comment, which is totally appropriate in this setting, by my colleague Florian Streibelt from Max Planck Institute. He says, not a question, but a huge thank you to all people involved. And thank you for bringing that topic to the plenary. It's one of the things making the RIPE community so special. And I think this is totally true. So let's see, do we have, yes, we have Vesna who wants to talk to us. So Vesna, please, welcome.
Hi everyone, I'm Vesna and I want to thank Eric and the PC for making space at the plenary for this presentation. And I just wanted everybody to see my face, and if you need someone to talk, please talk to me or Eric. Depends what your topic is. I'm also a trusted contact and a trained first aid person, so I can help at least by listening. Thank you.
Thanks, Vesna.
Thanks a lot. So we have one additional comment in the queue. I will try to read it out. It's very long. Please bear with me. It's Yolandi from NAP Africa IXP, and she says, this is a very important discussion to have as working from home has changed our daily routine. I find that people are struggling to find the balance and walk away from their desktops to take a break or do some exercise. What is your advice around this? Do you think employees are now expecting you to be online every minute of the day? Personally, I noticed that work has become more important than my personal life as I'm constantly checking emails and not paying attention to my health. So maybe Eric, a quick comment.
I think you answered your question here by yourself, especially the idea that you're already neglecting your own health above work and private balance. That should be a pointer for yourself to say, you know, I might need to have I might need to change this, and especially in your day-to-day operation, you know, schedule in your agenda time away from your desk. Schedule time. You know, there's never an appropriate time, especially if it's not in your daily routine already, to go and do a physical activity. Take a walk, go for golf, go for a gym, you know, something that takes you out of your workplace. For myself, I have the opportunity to work in an office because, you know, all the employees are not there. So I'm actually using the office because of that. But it actually helps in keeping a routine and actually taking it from, you know, from there. And feel free to reach out to us on see, you know, where that might work for you. And I'll be definitely after the presentation, I'll be on Spatial Chat to reach out and talk to people there.
Thank you. Miriam wants to talk to us, so I will grant you permissions. Please join the discussion.
Sorry, very quick. I know we're running over time, and you know how stickler I am with like
this time. Topic is important, so we kind of said let's take a couple of minutes.
Okay. No, I just wanted to add to what Eric's just said. During this RIPE meeting, we're also providing some space for exercising actually in the afternoon coffee breaks. If you go to the parallel events on the RIPE meeting, RIPE 82 meeting page, you can find like stretching with Lenka. There are like a 5-minute sessions every afternoon where you can, you know, well, not go away from your screen because she's actually showing you what to do, but it's a real, I'm doing it sometimes during the week with her, and it's a great break to have in between work.
Cool. So I think, Eric, you were very on point with your answer to Yolanda's question. She said we are fast to acknowledge the wrong, but slow to change what needs to be done. Thank you for the answer. A lot of us needed to hear this. And I think with this, I would like to close this. And everyone, if you really think you are not affected by all of this, do what I just did. Go through Eric's slides and see which boxes you tick. You will probably be surprised. So thank you, Eric. And we will all meet later in Spatial Chat.
All right. Now, Jan, thanks for the opportunity.
Granted. Thank you. So, and yes. Now Jan has some closing remarks for our already long session.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Thank you, Relina. I have a notification. Daniel sent me a note that the chat in the Metico gets stuck for some people, and they can get it to work again by detaching it. And actually, that worked for me because I was surprised that nobody is talking on the chat, and then I detached it and it started working. So that is one thing. And the other thing is, yes, you already closed the session. The session is now closed, but now I would like to invite Frank van Vliet to talk in the lunchtime about the RIPE 82 Cyber Security Challenge. And with that, let's close the session. Thank you, everybody.
So hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I hope you all have a great lunch. One of the parallel sessions is the cybersecurity challenge, and I've been asked to give you a short presentation to get you some idea of what it is, how to get started, do you even like it? So I'm going to talk a few minutes about the cybersecurity challenge, and then hopefully it will be useful. Let me switch to my setup. Give me 1 second. This one. Look at that. And then I will close the other one. Okay, so everybody, my name is Frank. I work for a company called Certified Secure, and we do training all over the world for everybody. And we normally I fly around the world and give security training, and mostly to technical people. And that is very good and fun. But I've also learned some things from doing those sessions. And we have created this cybersecurity challenge for all of you to participate if you wanted to, because I think it would be a great opportunity for all of you. So when we do the technical trainings for all the technical people, we figure out that technical skills are rarely the issue. They already know how to configure their routers and their firewalls and everything. That's never the issue. The issue is more like the mindset. So if you want to do security, you will need what we call the hacker mindset. And I like to say, you say, what could possibly go wrong? That is the hacker mindset. And if you have this mindset, you can apply it to anything you do. If you configure your routing, your BGP, well, when you do BGP already, should be a bit scared there with the security, but you apply it for your firewalls, your applications, your network, everything. So how to get the mindset? Well, actually, you will need some hands-on experience. It will not be okay to just read a book, do a multiple choice exam. That's not going to teach you that much about security. It's hands-on. So therefore, we have made this cybersecurity challenge. And you will see by doing the challenge that actually security is a lot of fun. It could be one of your new hobbies. And then hopefully you learn something in the mindset so you can apply it to your work. Now, let me introduce you the challenge that we have made. Here it comes.
Access denied, 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 access denied.
Yes, so they might be using passwords. So I hope the video came over. Of course, we are abusing the slide sharing system to play video over WebRTC. But yes, apparently having an AI doing all the management might have some issue, and therefore we have this challenge. Let me show you the challenge. This is what the challenge looks like. And you can see there is this panel, and you have your dashboard, and there are 5 components that you need to get access to. That is the plan, and there are some of those components that will look very familiar. For example, we have the public website. Obviously, this is our challenge. This has nothing to do with one of your favorite websites. But you can see there are some things here, some other stuff. If you like the terminals, there's a terminal stuff going on, lots of components. And to give you a starting point of, okay, when you start the challenge, where to start this? If you go to the first one, it has a little description. The DFC service, let me zoom in, controls all of the critical data center facilities, including our power generators, fire suppression, and cooling systems. Find a vulnerability and recover the admin password from etcconfig.cft. And you open the dashboard. So far, so good. You see some fancy stuff. And yes, you will need CGI low graphics to to show you the actual things about security. I see Peter asking about it, definitely. So we have this site, and now you have to get the admin password. So you might be, okay, I'm going to do this security challenge. I'm going to start it. And then you look at this and you think, yeah, now what? There's no buttons to click. There's nothing. Well, this is where the mindset comes in. First, figure out how things are working. For example, you can use your network tab in your developer tools to get some idea of what traffic is going to the website. Is there anything I can play with? And if you're a bit patient, you will actually see it is, well, real time, every 10 seconds, retrieving the status information. So so this is actually a post request going for status subsystem fire suppression. You're like, ooh, what could possibly go wrong? Well, one of the things that could go wrong is that there's an attacker that looks at the network traffic and then thinks like, hey, I can change that. And especially if you're doing this in Firefox, and you can change it here and say edit and resend. And then you have your link and you can say, well, how about another subsystem? So sometimes people are like, okay, password or admin, but just to give you some hacker mindset, what I suggest you do is just bang on the keyboard for a while. And that's a really good trick for hacker mindset. Bang on the keyboard for a while, send the request, and let's have a look at the response. So we can see our request going in, and then in the response, no such file or directory SCOM. That sounds really interesting. Let's try that again. I'm getting some nasty ideas. That's good. So let's see if we can do this again. Let's see if I change it into some more stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Send. Let's have a look at the response. No such file or directory data, blah, 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 blah. Sounds like an issue. And now, if you look at the description, it says, well, recover the admin password from a file called etcconfig.cft. So you have probably some idea of where this could be going. So this is the challenge. So let me give you a bit of expectation management. That's very important to do expectation management. So this is a technical challenge. And in this technical challenge, the mindset is the #1 priority. It is really about training yourself to think like a hacker, apply it to this challenge, and figuring out how it works. It is like a puzzle. It is really good and fun, and you will learn a lot from it. While you do this challenge, there is no reason to do any Dairbusters or brute forcing, no denial of service, no SQL map. All of it is logical steps. There is no guessing required at all. Do be aware that when you get your admin password, you do your little victory. Yeah, I got it. Then it could be that it is actually changing over time, or it will be different than other participants. So quickly take that password if you get it, go to the main page, put it in here, and claim your victory. There's 5 flags to be gotten. And also about expectation management. This is not an extremely simple challenge. This is actually a challenging challenge. I was writing these slides and my wife said, yeah, obviously it's a challenge. So it's very challenging, but it is challenging. So if you can set yourself a goal, okay, I'm going to complete this one of the 5 components this week, that would actually be a very good result. Obviously, all of you are fine. You try to get all of them, but yes, it is tricky. And this also brings me to a very important disclaimer. You probably saw this one coming. The techniques that you are learning in this challenge are actual techniques. There are vulnerabilities that happen all over the world. Many companies, many networks, many sites. That's bad. So those techniques, you are here to learn them for your own security, not to hack other people. You can only apply these techniques to our challenges. Our challenges, that's fine. Nowhere else. That's basically it. And the whole reason we're doing this is so you can apply it and improve your own security. Now, the timeline right now, we're doing the kickoff presentation, almost done with the kickoff presentation. There will be time for a few more questions if you want. And then in a few minutes, I will click a big button and you can start the challenge if you like. And the challenge will run until Friday, 12 o'clock UTC +2. Then the challenge ends, and in the lunchtime on Friday, you will see me again if you want, and we will do a short walkthrough. So if you're completely stuck while doing this challenge on Friday, I'm going to go through all the 5 components quickly and give you some ideas. Okay, this is how you can solve it, this is how you can solve it, etc. And that will be also the wrapping up. So that is the plan. You will be able to start the challenge at this website. I will show you the URL. So your next step is, if you do not have an unlock code, get one. It might already be in your email if when you did the registration, you said, I want to apply with the challenge. If you didn't do that, it's totally fine. Send an email meeting@ripe.net. They will be able to deal with hundreds of emails, I'm sure. And then you get your unlock code. And you go, well, this is the important one. You go to this URL, ripe82.certifiedsecure.com. And over there, you put in the unlock code, you make your account, and then you start it, and you start the challenge. On Friday, I will be back, and we will talk about how it could have been solved. But if you are completely stuck during the time, obviously, we should not give each other answers like, oh, the admin password is like that, or this is the exact URL. But we could guide each other a tiny bit. Hey, this paper about SQL injection really helped me. Perhaps you should look at it. And the best way of doing that would be in the spatial chat room. It has been created by the RIPE team. The cybersecurity challenge is in the spatial chat. I will also be there when I can this week. So that might be a great place to meet each other and talk about it. There are even a few prizes the RIPE team provided. There's some pretty nice. If you happen to be in the top 3, I will give you further instructions on how to claim the prize. I will do that on Friday. So I hope all of you have some idea of what's going on. I'm going to leave this slide on this stream for a bit so you can have the information that you need. If there are any questions, this would be a great time to answer them. And otherwise, I will just open the challenge and I will hang out in the spatial chat if you have any other questions. So that is about it. Let me know if you have questions. I don't see them yet, but if there are, this would be your time. I also see Joost in the chat typing lots of things. Okay, everybody, what we're going to do. Oh, I saw a question. Does time matter? Will the fastest hacker have a higher score than the others? Sergi, that is a good question. So the high score works like the first one that solves it is on the top from the moment I start the challenge. So if you start on Wednesday and you solve the entire challenge in an hour, you will not be before people that solved it on Tuesday. So yes, time matters, but not from the time you start, but the time that I open the challenge. So in absolute time. So Sergi, I hope that answers your question. If there are other questions, let's do this in the spatial chat so everybody can have their lunch right now. Thank you all so much for listening to me. I hope to see you in the challenge. I'm gonna enable the challenge in just a few moments, so you will see it on ripe82.certifiedsecure.com. Have a great afternoon, everybody, and I will see you all on Friday.
Thank you.
here comes trouble.
Okay, can you hear me now? It seems I was not transmitting. First fail of the day. Anyways, good for you. You all understood how to play this game. Sorry about that. Next thing we're going to do is go to the next question. But first, I want to clarify about the numbers. That is your registration number. If you put it in your nickname, then we can reach out to you to give you a prize, because there are prizes. So question number 2, what characterizes black box testing? Is it the internal structure that's hidden? Is it a program code is tested in a box that is black in color? Is it because the internal structure is known, or is it because the box is tested for its blackness? Yeah! Yeah! Well, one of these 4 is it's very easy. It's it's the internal structure. Oh, almost everybody got it. 2 people got the wrong answer, but that's okay. Now you know the right answer. On to the scoreboard. Stefan 302 still at the front. Marco's coming in. Gymnasium, Vista 676, and Cynthia 120. On to the third question. WAF is an acronym for Web Application Firewall, WAW as FARC, Web and Freedom, or Web Access Forwarding. These are all like tongue twisters. So, Web Application Firewall, WAW as FARC, Web and Freedom, and Web Access Forwarding. Wi-Fi acceptance factor, says Guillaume. That's probably also a possible. But the right one is Web Application Forwarding. And Stefan 302 still at the front. Gymnasium, Cynthia 120 taking up a leap, and Vista 676 going down one step. On to the next question. So, what is CIA? Is it clear intelligence availability? Is it a central intelligence agency? Is it confidential integral analysis? Or is it confidentiality, integrity, availability? This is also like a tongue twister, man. Anyway, and I will tell you right now, in the availability, we're talking security theories, and then let's go on. But check. Marcos take 6, 7, Math, Stephen, Stephen, and to replace hashing? Is it to save your password? Is it to make your password shorter? Somebody can barely hear me, they say. I'll try to get rid of this audio then. Sorry, guys. How's that? Better? Anyways, the use of salting is to safeguard passwords. Oh, I see there's lots of complaints. The video is really bad too, but what can we do? Unfortunately, this is peak hour and the internet is full. Maybe somebody out there can fix this problem. Anyways, we'll see about fixing this in the next Kahoot quiz. Sorry, people. Anyways, back to the quiz. What is the use of salting? Is to safeguard passwords. It does not replace hashing. It doesn't make your, well, it does make your meal taste better. That's true. But it doesn't make your password shorter either. Marcos, no, Vista 676 taking the lead. Marcos going down one step. Miaf and Carta jumping in, and Cynthia 120. I think maybe the CIA is eavesdropping on us. So what is 2FA? Is it two-freaked authentication? Is it they wrote No Limits in the 80s? You know that song? Is it a two-factor authentication, or is it two-factor access? This is actually a really easy one, because we just asked everybody just a little ago to implement this in your RIPE-NCC Access account. Turn it on. Two-factor authentication. Be safe. Let's see. Vista 676 still at the front. Miaf taking a jump. Encarta, Cynthia 120, and Stefan 302. What is meant by pen testing? Next question. Checking if the old pen still works. It is checking exploitable vulnerabilities. It is testing for exploitable pens, or is it just fantastic? Said by a smiling person. Look at it, fantastic. Is it fantastic? Yeah, it's fantastic. But we mean pen testing. This was the only one which everybody got right. Amazing. So while we walk to the scoreboard, let's see what the results are. Vista 676 still at the front. Miaf, Encarta, Cynthia 120, and Stefan 302. And we're off to the question number 8, which is, how do you prevent a brute force attack? Do you set a limit on login failures? Do you set a password of a good length? Do you increase the password complexity, or you just pay the brute their money? If the brute comes up and says, pay me money or I will attack you, what do you do? You set a limit on login failures, you set a password of a good length, or you increase the password complexity. Any of these three is good to stop brute force or to prevent a brute force attack. Pay the brute their money. Nobody thought so. Huh? We don't negotiate. It was a trick question. Sorry, Gordon. Play the game. Stefan going up. Vista 676 and Carta RVS 14 ripe. And Cynthia 120. This can be anybody's game. So let's see now. Data leakage is a data bladder issue in an organization, unauthorized transfer of data to the outside world, when your network has a poorly sealed gateway, or the best source of gossip at the water cooler. It's not so difficult. One of these four, if you just press any of these questions, of these answers, you will get the right one. So, is it a data bladder? Is it when your network has a poorly sealed gateway? Or is it the best gossip? Yes, data leakage is the unauthorized transfer of data to the outside world. That's what it means. It's not the source of gossip at the water cooler. That is your talk of the day. Scoreboard still looks kind of the same. Stefan 302 at the front, Vista 676 and Carta RVS 14 ripe, and Cynthia 120. Up to the almost last question. So what does MITM mean? Is it man in the middle? Is it man in the muddle? Is it man in the middle? Or is it man is the middle? Middle in the man. This is worse than a tongue twister. There's like 4 tongue twisters. Let me try it again. Man in the muddle, man in the middle, man is in the middle, and middle in the man. And the right answer is man in the middle. If you got stuck here, it's probably because you tried to press the fastest button that you could. But the right one is man in the middle. Stefan 302 still at the front. Vista 676, RVS 14 ripe. Cynthia 120 and Cron 2. We have one more question. And this could be the make or break. A method used by attackers to access a network is called a bad night for you, a vulnerability, an exploit, or an educated guess.
Initiate countdown.
No, we already initiated the countdown. The right answer is one of these 4. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what the crow said. The right answer is number 4, an exploit. A vulnerability is what we defined at the first question, remember? Anyways, everybody's a winner because you all learned something new. Let's see who won. Dun, 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 dun. Number 3, Cynthia 120. Number 2, dun, 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 Vista 676. And number 1, Stefan 302. Congratulations, Stefan. You are the first winner of our first Kahoot quiz. Vista 676 is number 2, and Cynthia 120. Thank you, everybody, for playing. We hope you had fun and learned something new. We apologize for the technical complications at the beginning, but that is how it goes. That is how the cookie crumbles.
I love you.
I still love you, too. Thank you to our sponsor, Team Cymru. We will be back again tomorrow for another quiz. Get ready because we will test your knowledge about certain topics. Enjoy the next Ripe 82 session and have a great day. Stay safe, stay sane.
Hello, everyone. We're about to start our next plenary. I'm giving everybody a minute of breathe out, breathe in, and going. Hold on, please.
So, looks like my audio is working as well.
Yeah, like as Eric said, we all need our social time and see our people and keep our sanity.
So according to the schedule, I think Nico is starting, correct? So Patrick, you can still have another coffee.
Right, just a sec.
Okay, but let's start first with some housekeeping, I think. We have the housekeeping slide, or should I share that? I can share it. No, it doesn't work.
Maybe the screen share overrides it.
I don't know.
You can turn it off.
No, I can't. Okay, let's do the housekeeping just verbally. I guess you all know why we are here. Welcome to the 1 o'clock plenary session. I'm Wolfgang and I'm chairing this together with Dimitri. We have 2 talks in this session. The session is 1 hour long. We have 2 talks of half an hour. And please, if you want to ask a question, use the question part of the tool. Do not ask your questions in the chat. The chat will not be monitored. The session is being recorded as always. And of course, if you also want to ask a question via microphone, you can also do that. Just queue up in the virtual microphone queue. And what's new for this RIPE meeting is, of course, you can also ask your question with microphone and picture. Yeah, with that being said, I will like to hand over to Nico Schotelius of Ungleich. I'm pronouncing that German because I guess that's the German name of Ungleich, and he's talking about the post IPv4 area. And Nico, the floor is yours. Or Dimitri, did I forget anything? I think not.
It's okay, I'll take over later. Thanks.
All right, Nico, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. First of all, thanks a lot for having me. It's as always a pleasure to be around the RIPE conference as participant, as a speaker, and also with this, for me, very, very exciting topic. And I have to say, the worst part is of my presentation, you will see on the RIPE website that I actually had a typo in the title. So it's supposedly entering the post IPv4 era, not area. So I'm very sorry for that, but it will hunt me for the next years, I believe. So before going into like everything in detail, I wanted to show you a quote that I recently got via email, actually. And it is from Brain Gamer on the Discord support. And it basically says, not supporting V6 is a real bummer. Being someone who has to live with a DS Lite connection from an ISP with completely overloaded AFTR endpoints results in Discord being unusable with ping spikes from 30 milliseconds to over 2000 milliseconds, so 2 seconds. Why is V6 support so low on the priority list? So as you can see, I received this mail around 6 days ago, so it's quite recent.
And in a way, I wanted to take this as a starter because it really shows how the world already changed, even maybe not everywhere, but in big parts, because we are, practically speaking, nowadays reliant on IPv6. And today I really want to show you like how I see, like in the communities that I'm working with, in the companies that I'm working with, where everybody kind of like changed from, well, we do IPv4 first, we do our small subnets, to, well, the question is not anymore, do I need IPv6? The question is more like, oh, does this thing not support IPv6? And for me, this is very important because before it was more, some years ago, it was more an argument, is it supported with IPv6? Do we want to go with IPv6? But there has been a really big mindset change in a lot of networks that I'm working with. Today, I want to give you a little bit of an overview of the practical impacts there. What really changed? Is it just a theory, or what are the practical outcomes of this? And also what it means in terms of networking and in terms of applications for you. So, and I mean, the big question is like, how realistic are we in a post IPv4 area? When do we turn off IPv4? I know this question is always going to come. I'm probably not going to answer it today, but you will see that a lot of things have already changed. And for me, it's really impressive because when I started first talking about this was, I think, around 2017, and it is a major change, and it's just 4 years of development time. So I will start with the company Ungleich that I'm working for, where basically all networks that exist are IPv6 only or IPv6 first, which practically means that in the daily usage, there's around 90% IPv6 traffic. And from the thinking perspective, networks are only being planned IPv6. Now, some of you will be like, how is this even possible? Like, how can you do IPv6 only planning? There are a lot of IPv4 devices. Now, I'll show you that once you begin to shift towards IPv6 only networking or IPv6 networking in general, IPv4 just becomes like a little bit of a leftover. And you might make jokes about this in terms of IPv6 has a much bigger IP address space. This is one of the major arguments for it. But it also enables these mindset change from, well, I have almost infinite IP addresses over here, and I need to somewhat connect to something obsolete, something legacy on the right side, which is just a tiny subspace of IPv6. And this is very helpful in practical applications. So for companies that I work with, and when they go now to RIPE or to ARIN, they go to ARIN and they request an ASN and an IPv6 block. They don't request an IPv4 block. Well, first of all, they can't because it's not there anymore, or it can maybe be on the waiting list. Same with RIPE. But fundamentally, the workflow changed. So people go out, acquire an ASN because you need it for peering, but they don't necessarily start with IPv4 anymore. Some projects I've been involved in will later then go on the open market and buy basically IPv4 space, but it's more an optional point. It's like when the project has been almost finished, you can add IPv4 on top of it. So this is a very different way of thinking if you compare it to a couple of years ago. One of the big advantages I also see is in network design, you don't plan dual stack anymore. It's this time's kind of over. And because you have actually unique address space, you don't have any problems anymore with overlapping networks when you join companies. So while we talked about this in the IPv6 world for a long time, that these conflicts won't be there anymore, in the reality, this is something I really see. And even if you have IPv4, and that is the really interesting part, even then you can treat it like IPv6 because it is just a subset in a way. I mean, it's an incompatible protocol, but it's still, like, size-wise, it's very, very small. Since COVID-19 started, a lot of our work shifted towards much more focused on remote working, also in terms of maintaining customer networks, maintaining bigger corporate networks. So we're less on-site, which is also a good thing in the end. And everything happens in IPv6 only. So some branches are not yet accessible via IPv6, but in that case, that's quite interesting now. A VPN tunnel is being used to establish connectivity there to the branch, but IPv4 is not being used in these networks anymore. So IPv4 is basically becoming not layer 3 anymore, but going down to layer 2.5. So IPv4 is just a carrier for IPv6. Could equally well be IPX or PPTP or whatever. Basically, if you work this way, there's no reason anymore to handle IPv4 in your daily life. It's just a tunnel, or it's just a cable in the end. Something that really made life easier here is when you have IPv4 devices, they usually come with some kind of default IP addresses. You name it 192.168.1.1 or 0.1, 10.0.0.1. And in many cases, if you have to provision them in large scale, you will actually have conflicts. So you have a device that configures, let's say, this type of router, 50 of those or 100 of those, and they will always be incorrect. So either you are on the wrong network or the addresses of the devices will be colliding. Or you have 50 devices that all have 192.168.1.1. Obviously, this doesn't work in one network. If you forget that those devices have IPv4 and many of them are actually IPv6 enabled, you can just power all of them up. They have conflicting IPv4 addresses. Just ignore the IPv4 connectivity and use the IPv6 all-host multicast address, find all the devices, and automatically provision them. This is something that is, in a practical point, it's so much easier. You don't need to do one device after another sequentially, but you just put all devices with all conflicting IPv4 on the same layer 2 network, and you can configure them nonetheless uniquely because they all have an IPv6 address. So once you're there, default addresses are not necessarily the same address, but you access devices by default via link local, and they are discoverable because of the IPv6 all-host multicast address. So this is a, let's say, maintainability-wise and operational-wise, it's a really game changer. Then many networks where we help to operate are actually using IPv6 only name servers, even if this is happening in dual stack networks. And the main reason for that is if it's a dual stack network and it employs RFC 1918 addresses, the management there is actually somewhat complicated. So the infrastructure itself is IPv6 only, and only some part of the clients are the dual stack. So if people are somewhat pseudo-smart and they say, well, I will just disable IPv6, then they will not be able to access DNS anymore because DNS is only available via IPv6. So this is a standard that is kind of established in the networking that we see over here. Then another big thing, and this is also operationally a big change. If you were to run client networks and you would do IP address assignments via DHCP and you want to have redundant routers, you need to have a state synchronization. So you need to save the state of one DHCP server to another, and you need to see which one is faster if you have active-active, or one is an active-passive failover. Everything in general networking, which includes state synchronization, is a bit of a problem because you can have 2 machines, then you have the split brain problematic, then you have 3 machines, then you go into quorum mode. it really gets tricky when you want to do something with state in net or state distribution in general, where you want to achieve some kind of consensus. There have been a lot of scientific papers about this, and the problem has been solved, but it is a non-trivial problem nonetheless. So when you go to IPv6, what you can do is you just ignore this problem, because machines can auto-assign themselves IP addresses, and you don't need to have shared state. So you can actually run active routers with different priorities, because router advertisements can be low, high, or medium. And you can do the same thing on the incoming traffic with OSPF or BGP to change the preferences or the metrics. So basically, you can run active routers without state synchronization, still working even in stateful mode in terms of like firewalling. So this is another huge game changer when you enter the IPv6 only area. So both the previous one, like reaching devices and configuring routers, makes your maintenance much easier. And this is also something we see being deployed, where this is not possible basically in the IPv4 world. When it comes to routing, you probably know, or some of you know, that BGP allows multi-protocol, or has multi-protocol extensions, and you can route IPv4 via IPv6, which, when you first look at it, looks like a little bit weird, because you're sending an IPv4 packet to an IPv6 only host, but in practice it works. It's also called unnumbered routing, and it basically uses the link local interfaces. So this actually also allows you to say, like, well, you run a IPv6 data plane, and all the traffic that's being passed through is only passed on via IPv6. So you don't even need to handle IPv4, even if you route it through your IPv6 network. Then you can argue, well, I still have hosts that are not compatible with IPv6, and we also have those. They are like embedded devices which are very old, or they are power plants which are, not that often updated. So they have to be in isolated zones. And how we solve it over here is they can access the IPv6 world via stateless NAT64 SIIT. They can be accessed from the IPv6 world if access is required via stateful NAT. So basically the problem here is that the IPv6 world is much bigger, so you need to squash down the IPv6 space to one IPv4 address. And if those hosts need access to the IPv4 internet, so an IPv4 only host goes via IPv6 network, goes back to the IPv4 internet, then you can use 4x4 XLUT. Basically, it's 2 times NAT64 SID that you can approach there. Practically, also how you can handle it, you can say, like, whenever you have an IPv4 island where you have dedicated network segment, you just dedicate a /96 IPv6 network for this. You wrap it in a /64 IPv6 network, so it's like nicely put away. But in the end, like from an operational point of view, even if you have IPv4 only islands, you can treat them as such, as an island, and you can still reach it via IPv6. So there's no reason anymore nowadays to say, like, well, I have a complicated network design. You can even have IPv4 segments which are completely integrated into your IPv6 core network or in all the edge networks. This all works, practically speaking, today. Which brings me to NAT64 prefixes. So if you're actually translating from IPv4 to IPv6, you have something that's called a NAT64 prefix. And if you have those islands, you can even like let a user or like a company or a customer say, like, okay, you got your own /48 space, and whatever you want to bridge or build behind an IP in terms of IPv4, each of the parties can do on their own. So they can cut off one /64, which wraps again a /96. And so this way, as a network operator, you also don't need to care about IPv4 anymore. You just provide one NAT64 instance on your network, which can be used by your customers. And whatever traffic comes from is IPv6 only, but can be mapped by their edge devices to IPv6. I'm using often here NAT64 as an example. Can obviously also go with MAP-T, MAP-E. They're just different variants, basically. So this is really nice. And probably something I really have to emphasize is this is really also a game changer here, because you don't need to reconfigure your network anymore to support IPv4. You can go really IPv6 only and even leave the freedom to your users, departments, whatever you are handling with, and still let them use IPv4 in their own islands. One thing that is a bit different when you say everything is IPv6 only or IPv6 first, and you have monitoring, and let's say you have a monitoring server which is IPv6 only, well, then it needs to use a translator, be it NAT64 or whatever, to reach IPv4 sources. But this can give false positives, or false positives, because basically if your translator service is down, the whole mapped IPv4 networks will also be down. So you need to add like a bit of an extra step there. Practically seen, what we see in daily work is that IPv6 resource monitoring has become more reliable, and people are more trusting IPv6 monitoring because this is native. And this is maybe also a bit of a change in terms of, like, before people were saying like, okay, maybe IPv4 is more reliable. In this regard, it isn't anymore. Another small conflict that I don't want to hold back from you is the NAT64 IPsec conflict. And IPsec, as an old protocol, really requires unmodified IP headers, and it was primarily used, I think, or from my experience, like a longer time ago for VPNs, but it's still being used by bigger corporates like banks. So IPsec really bites, or NAT64 bites IPsec, and IPsec really doesn't want to properly run over NAT64. So if the endpoints were IPv6 capable, this wouldn't be a problem. But in practice, often, maybe also because of the age of the protocol, the endpoints are IPv4 only. So what does this mean, actually, in terms of VPN technologies? Is everything gone bust? Actually, it's not. So many of the VPN network types still work in NAT64 environments. OpenVPN, which is an open source solution, works easily. SSL VPN works, which was basically HTTPS. And for those of you who already know about it, WireGuard is a new custom VPN protocol, which is actually quite interesting, also works flawlessly through NAT64. What they all have in common is that they don't checksum over the IP header. They're basically more contained as a payload. So VPNs themselves are not a problem in NAT64 environments. It's more about IPsec only. One thing that we frequently get asked is, like, how do I deal with my old servers? What about my old network devices, which can only do IPv4 netboot? And there's one project that I really want to mention here, that is IPXE, which is also an open source project. IPXE is a firmware that you can often flash into the flash of your network card. So you can actually upgrade really old equipment, even 10-year-old equipment that we tested, where you can basically upgrade it to IPv6 netboot compatible. Even if this doesn't work, there's an easy way around it. So you can say, like, okay, I still have hardware that doesn't work with IPv6, only netbooting. Then you just put a USB stick in and flash IPXE on it. So it actually then loads the network card and still does netbooting. And this is like a really affordable approach to, you spend something like $20 or whatever the USB stick is, plus a working time on upgrading your server. So you don't even need to get rid of them. Sometimes there are cases which we see with where IPv4 is required, and then it can still be deployed via NAT64 mappings, via routing over v6, which only works in the network itself, or via VPN, even like an IPv4 address to go. However, it comes at a cost. Mainly it's a management cost. There's also possibly the cost for the IP address, for more memory, for translators. So in general, you can still use IPv4 in the post-IPv4 era, but yeah, it's getting more costly over time, actually. Obviously, if you're on links that doesn't support IPv6, you can actually do it the other way around. And but yeah, it's both ways work pretty fine. So what are the findings here? From what I can see, IPv6 only networks have really become practical. They are not like a burden anymore. They're actually more of an enabler. And IPv6 only environments are much easier to maintain than dual stack environments. And one lesson learned from the last years is also you can basically start rolling out IPv6 and then take away IPv4 step by step, like a chocolate cake, step by step. Chocolate cake maybe goes faster, but you get the picture. And in summary, so what I want to say here is, like, in practical terms, IPv6 has replaced IPv4. There are no shortcomings anymore. There's nothing that you can't do in the IPv6 world, and you can coexist nicely with the IPv4 world. On the other hand, IPv4 has more become like a maintenance. And with this, I want to also close my speech here and want to say, like, we've really entered the post-IPv4 world. Obviously, not IPv4 isn't gone yet, but the mindset has changed from what I can see. This is very important. Yeah, thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed your presentation. And let me take the questions. Wolfgang, do you hear me correctly? Just making sure my loudness is fine.
Yeah, you're fine. We have one person asking for the microphone. Dimitri, we can no longer hear you. Okay. I would, Elvis Vele, I would like to ask a question. Elvis, the microphone is yours.
Hey, hello. My name is Elvis Vele.
I can't hear you. Please turn up the microphone a little bit.
Can you hear me better now? I have my
No. Increase the gain of the microphone, please. Or speak louder.
I'll ask.
Dimitri, we also cannot hear you. Okay, let me read out the written question then. Perhaps try writing your question. Okay, the written question from Thomas Schäfer was, with the recent Linux kernels, I have problems pinging multicast all nodes with a source IP GUA. Have you seen similar problems, or do you use only link local source for that purpose?
Interesting, very interesting. We actually just use link local addresses for this purpose. Mainly, I think it is actually only standardized because the group joining in the multicast groups is based on the link local address. So I'm not sure if they're actually supposed to answer on the GUA address. But interesting finding, certainly.
Okay. Another question from Lars Prehn. Nice presentation. Now that handling IPv6 seems to be no longer an issue, what do you think holds the remaining service providers back from transitioning?
I actually don't think much is holding back there. It's more a question of timing now. It's basically, if you're already doing IPv6 in your network, you will probably soon go more towards IPv6 only. If you're not doing IPv6 at the moment, it's a typical question like, how much resources do you have left in the IPv4 world? From what I see is also like we're working together with quite a variety of internet providers and upstreams, downstreams. Usually handling IPv6 up or downstream is much, much easier than IPv4. So I assume that even the current providers who are IPv4 bound will very soon switch towards IPv6, also when they realize like how much easier it is gotten.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm closing the question. Oh, there's one question more from Elvis, since I'm allowing that because the microphone didn't work. Elvis, one question. Your question was, correction, if you register with RIPE NCC now and you have not received address space in the past, you can receive a /24 and will not put on a waiting list. 2, how do you handle devices that fail if they do not get an IPv4 address? And this is the last question since we're running out of time.
Sure, thank you. So devices who are not working without an IPv4 address, we put in an IPv4 island. Even if it's just one address, it gets like the whole /96 IPv6 network, and it's just being stowed away basically in its own, in its own segment.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Nico. Thanks for your presentation. And Dimitri, are you back online?
I hope so. I think it was a mic issue and I just have to reconnect my headset.
Okay.
Fine now? Thanks.
Yeah.
Great. So our next couple of speakers, actually, which is a bit unusual, are Stephen Farrell and Patrick Fahlström. I'm hoping that I'm reading those names correctly because I'm not native Swedish speaker or Irish speaker. So please, I guess Stephen is opening and you can use your screencast if you prefer. Or we can stream your slides. Thank you.
Okay, and I assume you can hear me then, my audio is fine. So good afternoon. So this is a talk, me leading off, and then Patrick. The topic, the title is, I guess, the encryption debate. Suppose I'm trying to provide a bit of background, and Patrick's set of slides in the second half will touch more on the debate issue. You can see these slides at that URL if you want to get them. The kind of TLDR is, encryption is there. It's not going away. And every time over the last 20, 30 years, we've seen new applications where we start to see more rolling out of use of confidentiality or encryption. It annoys somebody because it changes what they were previously doing. And you may or may not hear a kind of the sky is falling reaction, and the sky hasn't fallen. I don't think it will. But again, we can go back even before the kind of internet. And I think this is a point that will actually crop back up in Patrick's slides and the Q&A afterwards, and maybe some discussion to follow, is if you start right back at the beginning of telegraphy or any kind of communications mediums, then there was always a kind of a law enforcement requirement that essentially meant that everything needs to be tappable. In other words, that the law enforcement, if they need to get access to everything, and that as a requirement, ignoring the technology, ignoring the how exactly we're using encryption, etc., as a requirement, that's kind of problematic because it kind of hasn't changed, and yet it kind of needs to. And I think Patrick will touch on reasons why it's more difficult for law enforcement to discuss openly about those requirements or to kind of give up something in terms of admitting that there is some data that they really shouldn't be able to tap. But that requirement has been there all the way from before the internet, and probably a discussion at the level of requirements might be interesting. Coming a bit more up to date, we've still had kind of crypto wars of the 90s, and I'm not going to revisit that. But I think one thing that's interesting is there were at the time kind of surveys that people did on what cryptographic products were on sale. So there's links here to 1999 and 2016. And really what's interesting is not the specific products, or is actually the change. In that period, what we've seen really is that back in the 90s, there was a sort of a set of encryption products. There was a set of companies, I used to work for one, that actually were selling encryption or selling the ability to do encryption in various ways. But now, in 2016, and now certainly, this is just a commodity. This is a standard feature of kind of everything. It's not really an interesting separate product category anymore. So I think the debate in the 90s was quite different to now. And now I think what we have is that the use of cryptography to provide various security services, whether that's confidentiality or integrity or authentication, is just a standard set of features. Of course, then we had, Mr. Snowden popped up, and what became clear there was that, the extent of the kind of government level kind of snooping that was happening in various places was more than the technical community kind of thought of. And there's, again, I won't kind of go into the details of the various links and so on, but there was a lot of interesting stuff that came out of that. Part of the outcome of that was in the IETF community, at least, and I think the IETF was just kind of broadly, reflecting the broader technical community reaction to this, was that we kind of agreed that this kind of pervasive monitoring itself is kind of an attack that we have to think about and defend against, and yet we also need to do things like network monitoring and so on. But so there's a kind of tension there. So we kind of acknowledge the tension, and it was clearly one of the reactions to this pervasive monitoring attack is that if you encrypt things, then they're less easily attacked, at least from the point of view of monitoring. So that was part of the kind of internet community, if you like, response to Snowden. And you can see that in various statistics. This is some Firefox telemetry, which kind of reflects over the period of kind of, from post-Snowden till recently, the increase in growth in HTTPS traffic. You see the same thing if you look at SMTP over TLS for mail traffic, and in various other ways. And I'm sure even in use of private APIs, the same is probably the case. And equivalently, we see the same with Let's Encrypt, which actually helped to generate the previous slide, is that now you can have kind of reliably reissued free certificates for your websites and so on, and you can see the numbers growing there too. So a couple of things just to help kind of tee up where these kind of tussles or whatever you want to call them might arise. DNS privacy has been something that started to be addressed in this kind of last 5-7 years or so. Originally people just assumed that the data in the DNS is public, therefore we don't need confidentiality or privacy mechanisms for DNS. That's clearly not the case, because the act of accessing a particular name or doing a query for a name can itself be sensitive. And there's a bunch of mechanisms that have been defined since 2013 to improve the privacy aspects of DNS. So QNAME minimization, which is not controversial at all. DNS padding, which is only useful if you're encrypting. If you're encrypting using DNS over TLS on port 853, that's also not controversial because it doesn't get used widely. And then it turns out if we get something that is used widely, DNS over HTTPS, and particularly the concept that browsers may turn this on by default, that becomes suddenly controversial. It's worth noting that that's the controversy there. I don't think is about the encryption. It's really about moving the point of control from where it has been for many years to somewhere new. And I think that's the controversial part, really. And again, there's work on all of this. All of the above is essentially just looking at stub to recursive. There is work starting and maybe going to progress, hopefully in the near-ish future, on recursive to authoritative. There's also things like QUIC. QUIC is a new transport protocol that mostly encrypts things. And again, if people will react to the beginnings of deployment of these kind of things, but I have my existing network monitoring stuff, and now you're going to do also things over QUIC, and I can no longer see TCP headers or whatever, and that changes and breaks things. And sure, that is something that you need to adjust to. Again, I think it's also worth noting that confidentiality or privacy is not the only reason why people are encrypting using QUIC. They also deliberately want to cut middle boxes out of the conversation for good and bad reasons. So the good reasons might be to do ossification in the network. What some people might claim is a bad reason is because the endpoints may be not acting in the end users and the people's interests, and then they also want to keep out middle boxes for, what are good and bad reasons from different perspectives. But it's not necessarily doing encryption only for privacy. It's also, again, to put in to enforce controls on various bases. There's a bunch of newish crypto things that may affect the future. I mean, one thing to note, though, it's not new, it's an old one, is that we have seen at the Julie C. random number generator a case where there was a deliberate attempt to introduce and deploy and promote broken crypto, and broken random number generator in that case. And so we need one thing we needed as part of this is a large and a diverse set of academic cryptographers, not just people working for government agencies or on behalf of government agencies or in industry sponsored by government agencies. So this is a kind of a real need, and it's a real reason why we need to keep this kind of cryptographic debate, or debate about encryption, open. There will be changes coming forward to do with post-quantum algorithms. They'll change things like packet sizes and so on that will have interesting implementation deployment effects. People are developing new cryptographic primitives all the time, oblivious pseudorandom functions and so on. Some of them might get used, some of them might not. And if we had fully homomorphic encryption, that'd be great, but we don't. There's also more prosaic kind of challenges to do with the use of encryption. In particular, if we think back to the previous talk, it's kind of hard to get a certificate for an IP address, and for many kinds of IP addresses, you can't really authenticate devices, in particular if they're using, RFC 1918 addresses or something, or IPv6 addresses that are kind of interesting. So there's a kind of challenge there to find ways for hosts to mutually authenticate, but in a way that kind of allows the device owner to do what they need to do without that kind of cloudy kind of lock-in to some vendors' names or whatever. And then, of course, we have to think also about just emitting a packet, whether it's encrypted or not, can leak sensitive information. So, an NTP query may, in fact, mean that somebody's just walked in a room, and that might expose that kind of information. And that's all I had. Again, I think Patrick is going to grab the screen and take over, I believe, and if not, I'll be showing his slides. So, Patrick.
Thank you.
I think I give up the screen and you grab it, but we'll see.
There, let's see how this works. So let me try to have my presentation as well, and then we can answer questions. So let me continue where Stephen started, and he gave a good background demonstrating, I think, that in a very good way that encryption is something that is here to stay. We see innovation both on the cryptography side and also on the usage side. We see an interest in privacy and interest in encryption to be used in various ways. At the same time, we have a different camp, a different group of people that we heard sort of between the lines about, and that is the group of people that believe that encryption is bad. We had the discussion, not only what you just heard Stephen talk about, we also had the discussion about the Clipper chip, that there should be encryption allowed, but a backdoor. We have the UK in 2017 that wanted to forbid end-to-end encryption. And we have the European Union that now in 2020 is pushing very hard to get backdoors in chats because end-to-end encryption is a bad thing. So the interest of being able to sort of having backdoors or in encryption is something that has not died. But of course, as I'm trying to explain, that is not how it's expressed. It's expressed as if encryption is good, everyone should use it, but I'm coming back to that. So the problem is that the politicians and people making the regulations, at the moment, they think that, yes, we can have encrypted connections. They will be very safe, they will be secure, we can do all transactions they want in a secure way, but it will still allow law enforcement to access the unencrypted data. We are to have that at the same time, right? Specifically for those people like Stephen that understand the math behind it. I don't understand how to have both of them, specifically if you don't want to have a backdoor or claim that you don't have a backdoor. Another thing is that it is also possible to limit who can access unencrypted information. And I don't really understand how that should work either. Like, if it is the case that it's a backdoor, then anyone can use it. Anyone that managed to get hold of the keys or a backdoor is a backdoor. And on top of that, even though people try to build good technical solutions for that, we see breaches every week when people try to do that kind of solutions. The third thing that I hear claims about is that we can allow law enforcement, which is specific entities, to access the unencrypted information without having a backdoor. And I just don't really understand how that should work. For example, in a situation with TLS and Let's Encrypt and whatnot. And another thing is that by sending encrypted messages and hashes, we keep secrets. And the problem is that, as Stephen also explained with the NTP packet, just sending the encrypted packet or a hash, regardless of how good the one-way hash is, it's still the case that you might disclose quite a lot of privacy-related issues that you actually wanted to protect. So there you also have a balance that is quite interesting to try to discuss where the right balance is. There's also a belief that criminals do follow legislation. To me, a criminal by definition is trying to just do whatever they want to stay hidden, regardless of what the legislation says, which means that all clients will do whatever the legislation requires the client to do. And then, of course, you have people doing clients that do other things as well. So the problem is that people believe that you can have all of these things at the same time. And this is something that started already, as Stephen explained, like many, many years ago, and it's still ongoing. And my main message with this session is to get everyone here on this, everyone in the RIPE community, to understand that this discussion is not dead. We need to continue to be active and remind people. Here's an example from a proposal in the EU. Many of you might have seen this, where which is one proposal, possible solution on how to block and how to control the messages, even though they are encrypted. So the sending device is supposed to send both the full message and the hash, and the hash is not end-to-end encrypted. And then the hash is going to a specific app server for review. And this is one thing that is on the table at the moment, to force and require every protocol that is end-to-end encryption to behave like this. Every protocol. Of course, it's only talked about in the context of images and protection of children and all that kind of stuff. But between the lines, you see, this is something that people want to have all over the place. Another way of implementing this, which is another proposal, is to require anyone that has end-to-end encryption. Of course, end-to-end encryption is always going through the cloud, right? So everyone must have a secure enclave in the center that is trusted, and inside the secure enclave you can access the unencrypted data, even though it's end-to-end. I just don't understand how that should be implemented either. But there are people that, as I said, is proposing something like this. I have no idea how it should work. It's just weird. So the European Commission, the guiding principles, which I don't really remember the date, but it was like a month ago or something, the latest published principle. There might have been an updated version of this, but it really talks about that an optimal solution is the one that would allow users to enjoy the benefits of encryption with regards to privacy and data protection, while allowing law enforcement agencies to preserve the capability to lawfully intercept communication or gain lawful access to encrypted devices and encrypted data when this is warranted by a judge, prosecutor, or similar empowered official. This is what the Commission is telling to politicians in EU at the moment, that this is something that is possible to implement both technically and in legislation. Okay, let me get that out to you, all of you. Think about what this implies. So here we have one thing that increased the volume and people believing that this message is true is, of course, the incident with EncroChat. EncroChat handsets emerged in 2016. Most of you probably read in the news. It's a messaging app which routes conversation through a server based in France. It's also the case that the devices themselves are updated from this server, and the Dutch police, together with the gendarmerie in France, they collaborated. They managed to inject a malware that managed to get them to read the messages before they were sent. They managed to inject this malware on the phones themselves, etc. And that way they could actually collect data from the conversations for quite a long time. The data was then distributed to other European partners, including the UK, Sweden, and Norway. That is, using this as evidence in various court cases. There are still many open court cases, so we'll see what happens with this. But anyways, this is something that the law enforcement and others says, oh, this is great. We can, by doing it this way, implementing it this way, it worked. We can catch many criminals. So every chat service should be designed like EncroChat, and they should be that by law. So they're pushing at the moment quite hard. In each one of the member states, and of course I know Sweden better than other countries, we have norms, both norms in the society, but also legislation that is very picky regarding the difference between legal intercept and also data retention. And for example, in Sweden, the law enforcement need to ask to be able to intercept messages or wiretap for a specific individual. It must be a suspect, etc. They are not allowed to do phishing with the help of wiretap, if I exaggerate a little bit. But the question then is EncroChat a phishing expedition, or is it something where they are really targeting suspected parties? Or is this a situation where law enforcement are using weaknesses and differences in the legislation in each other states? They're all pretty interesting questions. The problem at the moment is that this discussion about these issues are discussed more or less without the technical community, more or less without us. So the problem is that to some degree we are stuck, or I would hope that we at least are stuck. Law enforcement do have problems to have some of these discussions in public because they cannot disclose their tactics, of course, because as we already concluded, criminals are not following legislation. They're just trying to do whatever they have to do so that law enforcement cannot catch them. Civil society and technology must have the discussion in public. It has been a little bit too silent the last year, I think, and that's why I requested, together with Stephen and a few others, to actually have this presentation to wake you up. Don't fall asleep. It's not over yet. Unfortunately, as I showed when some of the arguments, it's like forcing a round peg in a square hole. And just because that is what's at the moment happening, we must be participating in that operation. So this is both a technical problem and a legal problem. And I think both civil society, this is exactly where we need the multi-stakeholder discussion. We need to have law enforcement, we need to have technical community, and we need to have civil society. And we need to have constructive suggestions on what to do, not only what can be done, cannot be done, etc. So, as Stephen explained, all internet communication today is actually encrypted in one way or another, or we from the technical community together with others are trying to ask people to use TLS, to have the communication encrypted, to have secure and robust services. But unfortunately, that's the square hole within which people are trying to force a round peg. Thank you. End.
Thank you, Patrick. And thank you, Stephen. It's an exciting topic. I see the chat is steering with all the comments and some great quotes. So let me read the from, well, it's actually not that many, but let's start. Alex de Jode from IM6. Well, it's a comment, but I'll read it anyway. Under the Portuguese EU presidency, July 1st, 2021, expect a proposal with regard to access to E2E. URL follows. Oh, great. Olaf Kaufman, Internet Society. I would like to offer additional comment at the end of Patrick's presentation. We hear you, Olaf, you'll get that. And then Vyacheslav Yerokhin, Academia, I guess. How public interests child online production, blocking pirate and extremist sites, law enforcement can be secured in case of DOH, DOT implementations. So you guys can answer that.
So yeah, I mean, there's various approaches. I mean, some of the DOH or DOT services, some of the public recursive services will offer both an unfiltered version and a filtered version on a different port or on a different DOH URL and so on. So I suspect, deployments will kind of address these problems to the extent that you actually believe that these net-nanny things work. Personally, I'm a bit skeptical, but some people do like them, and I think that they will become available.
Thank you. Andrew Campling at 419 Consulting asks, excellent presentation. I agree that an open multi-stakeholder discussion is the way forward. Given the many continuing privacy transgressions by tech companies, is the focus on E2E encryption really an attempt by the sector to divert attention from surveillance capitalism? That's a good one.
So yes and no. I think personally, I think that within those tech companies, there are a whole bunch of people who have this set of interests that this community has and are genuinely trying to improve privacy. And those companies like to make money, and they do it via surveillance capitalism sometimes. So I think the answer is yes and no.
Well, looks like there is no way to answer those questions.
No, and this,
right
Patrick, let me pitch in that regarding what Alex wrote about the Portuguese EU presidency. I think the pictures that I showed is actually from an earlier version of the proposal regarding end-to-end encryption. It's also the case, a little bit unfortunate that the Commission is claiming that they have had meetings with the technical community. In reality, they have had closed meetings where they invited certain companies and certain big companies, and then we end up in a question: how open have that discussion been? Which falls into what Stephen just said, that even within the large companies like Microsoft and Facebook and others, which have been at some of those meetings, there are, of course, they have split interest in different parts of the companies. Where for example, Microsoft, they have a very interesting what they call some kind of, I don't remember the exact name, some image DNA like thing that they would like to, it's simply a technology that they would like to sell on top of course, a company's corporate social responsibility will help to protect children, like all companies and others will do. But they all try to sort of make money and then sell their specific idea to the community. So even in the balance discussions that all of us should participate in, the multi-stakeholder discussion, there might still be lobbyism to have closed source solutions and non-open solutions. The good solutions are the ones that Stephen talked about, I think, between the lines, where we all agree on open standards, a good balance, how to detect whether there's a policy in the network to use certain DOT or DOH servers, etc., and allow the ability to choose, as well as implementing a well-informed legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Stephen. Olaf Kaufman wanted to say something. I have granted him video rights. We still have a couple of minutes.
Thank you. Perfect. Yes, excellent presentation to the both of you, Stephen, Patrick. Thank you very much. I'm Olaf Kolkman. I work with the Internet Society. This is a topic that is of great interest to us. And just to stress that this is a moving target right now. There is an open call in Mauritius with a weird proposal, I should say. The UK has just launched its online public safety bill, which contains no explicit mention of encryption, but is regulation that is target outcome, like we want to stop gravity from happening, that sort of idea behind it. There is movement in Canada, there is movement in Brazil, there's movement in Australia. This is being phrased as a safety versus security topic. And we need people who understand the technology, that can explain how things work. I think that's very important. I think that is the call that I heard from Patrick. Get engaged in this conversation. If you're interested, I would like to point you to the Global Encryption Coalition, which is, if you Google for it, it's first hit, which is a coalition of NGOs and individuals that are interested in preventing encryption to be attacked in that way. So that was what I wanted to share.
Thank you, Olaf. Do you mind sharing the link in the chat for those who have missed the exact naming of that?
Yeah.
And I guess we are checking for the one last question, audio or textual. I don't see one yet. So thank you all presenters. I had my best day, IPv6 and DNS security. What else can I wish for? Just to shake hands with all of you, and that would be perfect. So with that said, thank Wolfgang as well for co-sharing that, and thanks to our wonderful RIPE staff. There's a Valerie. Is that the question, I suppose? We really are short on time. Let me see. Yeah, I see. Okay, Valerie, you'll get that minute, but that's pretty much all. Thank you. Valerie, do you want to say something? Because maybe that's a mistake. All right. Thanks, anybody. Please don't forget to rate the talks. You can do this from the meeting program. And see you in our next plenary session, which I believe is in 1 hour. Check the schedule. Thank you.
If everybody would please find a seat, we would like to continue the plenary. So welcome to the session. And do we have a session for you? We have a full talk about my favorite subject, DNS by Jeff Houston, and not one, but two lightning talks. One from Daniel about IPFix and one from about the Rob Bloxhall Awards from Nigel Titley. So let me just quickly get over your way. I just want to have some housekeeping announcements. Again, don't forget to rate the talks. It really helps us, program committee, decide on the future plenary, and it helps the speakers become even better than they already are. And also, I would like to remind you that the nominations for the RIPE program committee are still open. We have 2 seats up for election, and you can send your nominations through the RIPE 82 website. You have until 30 past 3 tomorrow at CEST. So that's only 24 hours and 59 minutes left. So please send in your nominations. We could always use some fresh blood. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Jeff. Go ahead.
Who's going to load my slides, me or you?
I can probably enable them. Share preloaded slides.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot.
There, that's the one. Share. And I hope you can click through them yourself.
That's the idea. Look, this is a topic really dear to my heart, and I think many, many others. You know, if there's 2 things that hold the internet together as one network, it's names and addresses. And the problem is we've kind of stuffed up the addressing business. This whole V4 and NATs and V6 means that, you know, the addressing domain is a bit of a fractured mess. And so we're kind of relying on names to sort of keep the internet together as a single whole. And so names are really important, but I'm not sure they're behaving themselves. And what I want to look at today is kind of, where's the DNS going? You know, what's the next bit that's going to happen in the DNS? Someone's going to advance this slide, or
yeah,
I'm
sorry,
going to have...
You do have to click on the share yourself. So if you can just, on the top left, you have a button, share preloaded slides.
Share preloaded slides. I really want to change my mind. Share the preloaded ones. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
This is all new for us, so.
All new for me too. Okay. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know about you, but I always find XKCD to be spot on it from time to time. And this particular cartoon I found to be spot on. Yes, the DNS is really important, you know, because if you think about it, the DNS is used by everything and everyone. It's the window on your soul on what you do online. And quite frankly, if I could see a stream of your DNS queries, I know you. I know everything you've done. I probably know everything you're about to do, because the DNS is one of those things that makes the surveillance economy just work. So yes, the DNS is really important because everyone uses it. And the problem is that not only can everyone use it, it's really easy to abuse it as well. Queries are open, queries are unencrypted, payloads aren't secure. I'm like, tampering couldn't be easier. Hit me. And quite frankly, some of it just involves getting there first. Responses are predictable. If I know what you're going to ask for, I can substitute an answer in faster than the real answer, and you can't tell. And so in some ways, the DNS is just an open target. So no surprise, everyone picks on it. And of course, you don't know where your queries go. I don't know where my queries go. Nobody knows. And so when you get an answer, it's kind of, someone answered me. Isn't that good? Yay. But you can't tell. And so in some ways, the DNS is just one of these perfect targets. So what I want to talk about is how we're responding to this and look at the measures that we've done in recent times in trying to make the DNS a little bit better and assess our success in that, which is, I think, the most important thing. So firstly, let's talk about authenticity. And I guess you know what I'm going to say here. You know, how do you trust the DNS answer?
Well, you know, if you ask the right policeman, you'll always get the right answer. So if I send my query to the right IP address, you know, the right answer will always come. Or I could be a little bit more careful and say, prove it. Give me not only the answer, but a digital signature that I can validate. Because just sending your address to the right place is kind of stupid. It's what we did for years, and it hasn't worked for years either. And so obviously we all need to use DNSSEC and actually check the answer. Actually request a digital signature and then go and validate that signature. So we all should use DNSSEC, yes? But maybe we don't, because the answer really is yes and no. You know, yes, there's a lot of people who actually validate DNSSEC responses. Here's a map of the world. The greener it is, the better it is. That's an odd collection. You know, yay Scandinavia, yay Mongolia, yay the Saudis, yay Somalia, and New Zealand, even better. But what an odd collection. And some countries, China, Spain, UK, don't know. Let's put it in numbers, the grand numbers. How many percent of users on the planet actually validate their answer? Well, it's 22%, which is a little less than V60 these days. It's still good. But there are 3 lines on that graph. The orange line is the total of the red and the blue. What's the red line? Oh, the red line is, yeah, I used a validating resolver and it gave me back no. So I went for one that didn't validate because I want the answer anyway. So 10% of users actually know that they're getting misled and go, oh, don't care, give me the answer anyway, I'm desperate. And so DNSSEC's kind of being used and kind of isn't. But of course, the real question is, how much of DNSSEC is out there anyway? Wish I knew the answer. Wish anyone knew the answer, because no one knows the answer. How many zones are actually signed? Well, you've got to actually figure out how many zones there are and how popular they are and so on. We don't know. So there's not a lot of DNSSEC use, is our suspicion. Even though lots of people validate, there are very few zones that are signed, is our suspicion. And so in some ways, DNSSEC is a bit of a disaster. Why? Well, one of the things about the DNS is that one of the large arguments is it works best when the answers are tiny. They fit inside a single unfragmented UDP packet. In fact, even better, they sit inside 512 octets. We're still relying on this figure that comes back from the late 80s of going, keep your answers small, no problem. Make them bigger, world of hurt. And so large responses just encounter that nightmare of fragmentation in the TCP and IP, that sort of Achilles heel of the protocol. UDP and fragmentation don't mix. And quite frankly, validation takes forever, because you've actually got to go backwards up the entire delegation chain and check every signature. People don't live that long. And, you know, it's just a whole bunch of more queries with more fragmentation loss, more TCP transitions. Oh, and by the way, we're all getting ready for quantum computing, yes? So we really, really need to make our keys stronger, yes? They need to be a whole lot bigger, yes? No. Because we just can't cope with stuffing that much information inside the DNS and still make it lightweight and fast. So what happens right now? That critical link, me to my recursive, doesn't validate on the whole. So I end up trusting my validating recursive resolver to do the job. What if it lies to me? Well, I'm toast. So DNSSEC framework kind of represents a lot of effort, a huge amount of effort for marginal gain, because I'm still at the mercy of my recursive resolver. Gee. So are we getting any better? Good question. We know we can make it better. We can actually use DNSSEC chained responses to get rid of the extraordinary time to validate. We can actually use denser crypto algorithms like elliptical curve and get things back down again. And of course, if we all use TCP for DNS, you know, we could make these bigger responses kind of work. NSEC 3, well, I'm not sure if that was an improvement or a gigantic sort of leap backwards. And NSEC 5, you've got to be joking. So in some ways, DNSSEC is kind of a mixed blessing. And the problem isn't, it doesn't cure everything, because it can't stop eavesdropping, interception, tampering. All it can do is withhold the bad answers. So it's a trade-off. It gives you authenticity, but at a price of delay, a price of load points balanced against that assurance, a price of fragility. And a lot of folk don't want to pay it. And that's why DNSSEC is kind of, yeah, bit one way, bit the other. So that's the first point of pressure. The next one, application level rendezvous. You know, it used to be so simple. I want to go to fuzzboz.com. I look up the DNS, it gets an answer, I go there, fine. That's the service I wanted to go. All the services that share a name share that common IP address. Service, IP address, same fate. But we wanted more, because all of a sudden we wanted to put that service on multiple platforms. We want to differentiate between the service you want to go to and the platform where it's hosted. So all of a sudden we want a collection of platforms to deliver that service. We want to outsource different services to different service providers, even if they share a common name. Think about google.com and all the services sitting behind there. We want to steer the user to the right service provider for each user, and we want it to be really, really fast. Now, one way of doing this is to just go to one of the named service points and then go, well, where are you? Oh, I'm in Australia. You don't want to use this service. Go and use the application over there, hosted on this platform, etc., etc. This idea of go anywhere first and then get redirected, that's not fast. That's slow. And so if you want it to be fast, you can't do those kind of tricks. You actually want to put all of this in the DNS. And so we did. We had the whole idea of service hosting and distributed content networks by using C names and D names and A names and all kinds of bells and whistles that were kind of compromises all the way down the line. And then we came up with the SRV record, which is either the Swiss Army knife of incredible agility in using the DNS for quite specific information, or it's another chainsaw massacre of complexity. Because what you do is actually put the service name, the port address, and the protocol, the transport, into the DNS name and use this as the query. And then give you another response as to where you should go to actually get the platform that offers that service over that protocol. And of course, the disaster on legs, that is the EDNS 0 client subnet query option that says, what's this thing about anonymity? Just add your identity into the query. Nothing wrong with that. Well, not much. All of those were kind of compromises in various ways, but now we've come up with an even better one, the SVCB, or the HTTP SVC resource records, which is the kitchen sink of DNS responses. That provides the application level protocol, the v4 and v6 addresses, the encrypted SNI key, the priority, oh yeah, and an alias form that gives you mapping at the apex and everything else. And this will, of course, be the magical cure. But let's think about that, because all of a sudden, what you're doing is you're asking the DNS, where do I send my next packet and what should that packet be? Because now the DNS has given you a set of service connection parameters that's tailored to optimize that service. And all of a sudden now, if I see your answers, not your queries, but your answers, I know what you're going to do next. I know the next packet you're going to send. Which means that all of a sudden, this whole thing about DNS privacy is not just an academic debate of where could I hide, but a very real debate about eavesdropping taken to the next level. If I know your DNS, I not only know you, I know your packets. And that's getting kind of uncomfortable. Yay, it's really fast. Yay, it's really, really starting to worry me and anyone else. Because all of a sudden the DNS is saying things that you don't want people to know about. And now we now need to talk about information leaks, because this is now a really important kind of problem. So we've already mentioned today the whole thing about query name minimization. The DNS was extravagantly chatty. incredibly loquacious. It would basically tell everyone, hey, Jeff's going there, to anyone who wanted to listen, including root servers. Bad idea. We're kind of plugging that gap. And now we've got into more heavy forms of encryption, DNS over TLS on the stub to recursives, sort of protecting that all-important hop between the end user and the recursive. And now we're going one step further and actually putting it inside HTTPS. And I added the bracket on 3 because I'm including here DNS over HTTPS 3 using QUIC. In other words, going back to an encrypted transport as well as an encrypted payload. And now lately we've got oblivious DNS over HTTPS 3, which actually takes that one step further. And now there's no single person other than you, the querier, that knows who you are and what you're querying. Everywhere else, that association is ripped apart through multiple layers of encryption. So, you know, we can plug this leakage. We can. And sometimes you might think, well, it's going to come soon, isn't it? We're going to also take it one step further and do the recursive to authoritative. And then no one will be able to see much at all. Although, don't get your hopes up over recursive to authoritative. That is a lot tougher than it looks. So, can we scale it? Good question. Because the DNS works so well because it's so lightweight. So if we don't want to sort of, you know, die here, we've actually got to think about how we make DNS over TLS super fast. And the best way to do this is to keep the sessions open. Now, a recursive and a stub typically have a long-held relationship. And with the adequate use of cookies or other forms of semi-dormant TLS sessions, you can actually revive them quickly, use a TCP fast open option, and actually do this almost as efficiently as UDP. They claim. Probably true. I'm going to accept that. And so the secure web infrastructure points that we can actually do this at scale. We can actually make that stub to recursive work very, very efficiently using TLS. But I think the economics of the DNS say not going to happen so easily. And that brings up the real question here that we've got to think about today. Will all this get deployed? And the answer is, well, we can do it. We know what we need to do. We know how to leverage TLS and do session level encryption. We know HTTPS to put all those stub resolver functions up into the application and not even rely on the platform to do it all for you. And we can use this DNS chainsaw HTTPS VC resource record, and we can encrypt the SNI. So oddly enough, the server's name that you're going to can even be hidden from view. So, you know, yes, we can do this. But that's not the question. Will we do it? And that's a far, far harder question. Now, I've heard a lot of folk go, well, the web does this. What's your problem? If HTTPS works, well, DOH is just the DNS over HTTPS. It's just another use of HTTPS. So, nah, easy. Nah, not. I don't know about you, but I rarely change the settings on this damn phone. I'm not sure I know what I'm breaking. And I think I share that view with a few billion others. No one fiddles with the buttons. Only you nerds do. Everyone else is kind of, oh, gee, if I fiddle with it, it'll break. Better not touch it. No one changes the config. And CPEs, those devices on the wired network that are the arbiters of your behavior, oh, cheat code built years ago, never, ever, ever going to change. And so any change of the DNS that requires us to change behavior in devices or changes the edge infrastructure of the internet, if we want to change that, we have no idea the scale of what we're asking for. This is close to impossible these days. And part of the issue is there's no money in it. I'm like, there's no untapped financial return in DNS resolution. So there's no real momentum from providers to actually push this out. So there's no commercial impetus. And oddly enough, there are a whole bunch of folk, the Australian government, one of them certainly, that rely on the DNS to provide their sort of social environment and their various lists of naughty DNS names that they don't want us citizens to go to. And Australia isn't the only country that does this. It's probably one of the majority. They all do it. And so in some ways, DNS oversight and DNS censorship is just part of the current infrastructure of the internet. No one wants to make the DNS that obscure that that can't happen. And while browser vendors were able to push HTTP into HTTPS, they had a huge amount of leverage. And somewhere between Chrome and Safari and Firefox, the world changed into HTTPS because of that push. They have nowhere near that degree of leverage in the larger DNS ecosystem. So as much as they might like it, it ain't going to happen that way for everybody. What does this mean? Well, quite frankly, what it means is the DNS economy resists change. Clients don't pay for resolution. I don't pay for my queries. You don't pay for your queries. DNS is not a revenue raiser. Running a recursive resolver is a cost. And the only way you can get back that cost is kind of difficult. You can do NX domain substitution and say, that's not the domain name you wanted. Try my new search engine. But everyone frowns at you. Not a good idea. Or I can sell the queries. People tend to frown at you when you do that. The surveillance economy, you know, has a bad ring with end clients. So in some ways, efforts to monetize the DNS are viewed with extreme disfavor. And all these open resolvers run the risk of success disaster. The more people use them, the more the operator has to pay for it. So somehow you need some business stream that basically shovels money at the resolver. The DNS economy is a wasteland of money. It's where dreams go to die, not where dreams are made. So making change in this space is incredibly challenging. So the default option is, the ISP can do it. They're getting the money from the user. And what we find when we look at the DNS is that 70% of all the end clients actually use the same network recursive resolvers. But it's a little bit more depressing than that, I think, because of the other 30%, most of them use their network's recursive resolvers, but the network itself is using a forwarding statement that sends all the user queries into some other resolution system. So around 98 to 99% of all users use the ISP provided default. And because of that, it's heavily resistant to change. So you can't just make things more expensive and expect everyone to do it. So adding encryption, adding all these fancy bells and whistles, who's going to pay? The DNS is cost, not revenue. So it's highly resistant to all these wonderful forms of change. And so it's reasonable to ask now that we're in a slightly depressed mood, all these wonderful changes, will they happen? Will they become mainstream? No. No. ISP-based provisioning without channel encryption is going to be the mainstream. The DNS over UDP, unencrypted and open, is going to continue forever. And most users won't change their platform settings. I'm going to revolt and run my own mobile phone, run my own system on some other open DNS resolver that's actually doing encryption. Yeah, right. They're not going to do that. So in some ways, all these great ideas are going to linger on and on and on and never get deployed. Well, maybe not. Maybe there are other ways that this is going to happen. Because the other answer is that the DNS is part of a very broad ecosystem in the internet. And there are certainly applications that want to move a lot faster that are impatient. They want to tailor the DNS to adopt a more private profile and just hive off and go and do it. Look at the push, what happened with Firefox and DNS over HTTPS. Despite the platform, despite the ISP, despite everything, Firefox said, nah, sick and tired of this. I'm going to use encrypted DNS directly because they can. The application can actually go its own path. And if it's sick and tired of waiting for your favorite CPE vendor to upgrade its, $10 software and run some better DNS resolver, which is going to take forever, the application simply goes, right, that's it. I'm out of here. I'm going to do it myself. And when it does it itself, it doesn't go back into the normal DNS resolution infrastructure.
It actually has its own momentum to fund its own privacy infrastructure, to fund its own oblivious DOH services, to fund their own elements of name resolution. And they will. Because they think this is important. And if this is important and they have the money and resources to do it, they will. And so what we're going to find is that those parts of this environment that have motivation and money, i.e. content, not carriage, content, motivation and money, are simply going to stop waiting for everyone else to be dragging their heels and moving. And they're not going to pay them to move. Those days are over. They're just going to do what they feel they need to do. They're just going to do it anyway. The end result is that what you're going to find is that it's life, Jim, but it's not as you know it anymore. Because we're actually going through a progression in the internet architecture, which is actually a very important and fundamental progression. If you think about the telephone, the edge devices didn't matter. Everything was network centric. If we look at the internet, it's platform centric. Applications are merely the things that sit on the platforms at the edge, and all the functionality of the internet was bedded into the sets of libraries and operating systems into the platform itself. Those days are gone. We're now seeing user level transport. Look at QUIC, a UDP shim cell to keep the shim shell to actually keep the operating system out of the way. Everything else hived up into the user space in the application. Look at BBR. Look at a whole bunch of these things. What we're seeing is that the application is now the driving force of the internet. We're now having an application-centric network. And the DNS is not part of common platform infrastructure anymore. The namespace is now changing. And the namespace is actually becoming application-centric. And different applications and servers are highly likely to head off into their own namespaces. And so that last point on this slide is actually the kicker here, that when we stop losing patience and when we stop dragging everyone along because we can't afford to, haven't got the time, haven't got the resources, then the more agile folk will move and move alone. And a single coherent namespace isn't going to happen anymore. That's over. The entire internet service domain is now defined by a fragmented address space and a fragmented namespace. And that seems kind of scary, but in some ways, there's no way out of this mess. That the folk who are now getting entirely frustrated and justifiably slow about the inability of the internet to make fundamental change anymore, because it's just too damn big and too damn difficult and too damn expensive, they're going to make their own changes in their own spaces. And everyone else, yeah, well, sorry. So that's where I think the DNS is going. I'm sure there might be some opinions or arguments over that. And we've got just a couple of minutes left, and I'll be happy to try and take a shot at them. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jeff. Yeah, we have a couple of questions, as you might well have guessed, and certainly from my point of view, a very interesting presentation. So thanks again. So first off, from Andrew Campling, and again, remember you can type your questions into the question bit, or you can ask for the mic, which we can give you. So Andrew Campling from 419 Consulting. Great presentation as always, Jeff. Thanks for sacrificing your sleep yet again. So two questions. Question one, should we try to streamline DNS, push some of the other functions elsewhere rather than allowing more bloat?
No, we have no way of doing this. The whole issue is that first touch in TCP in the web is the critical point. And so what we're trying to do is to front load the DNS so that that rendezvous function is one round trip time. So no, if we try and push it elsewhere, it's the time budget. We are playing around with time here, and the application folk are going, I've no time. I really believe in the billion-dollar nanosecond. Can't waste time doing other functions. So no, the DNS is going to have to carry this can.
Cool. And question two, is there any interest in authoritative resolvers supporting encryption to recursives? The devs don't appear to have asked them.
Well, I think they need to carry the check with them. It's not that they could or couldn't do it, it's that who's going to pay. Because as soon as you add TCP and encryption between recursives and authoritatives, and don't forget the query structure is so much more different, and long-held sessions don't really work here. It ain't going to work unless there's a massive check involved. But in the DNS economy, no one knows who pays whom. And no, it's unlikely, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm just doom and gloom today, aren't I?
I tell you, it's your whole thing. It's nighttime in Australia. It's dark. You're going into winter. You know, it's happy.
It's just horrible. Yeah.
So from Benno Overijden, from NLNet Labs, it shouldn't be that difficult. Jeff, thanks for the presentation. There is another application that uses DNS extensively, the cloud. This might not be visible to the DNS end users, and difficult to measure from outside. Do you see or know of trends that cloud providers do use WRT, DNSSEC, with regard to DNSSEC, TLS, etc., in their infrastructure?
I think the cloud has actually pushed for SVC and SVCB and HTTP SVC records. What the cloud wants is to actually push the rendezvous structure to be richer, so that you can actually get to the right point in the cloud simply on the information the DNS provides. I'm not sure at this point that the cloud wants more time to spend on this. And so DNSSEC is a victim. It's not going to happen because it takes too long. Will they go into TCP based? I'm not very optimistic they will. But if they want to do something quick with DNSSEC, like chained responses, then they've really got to go into TCP and TLS. Who's going to pay for that is a really interesting question. I'm not sure the Cloudflow want to pay, so I'm not too optimistic, no.
Okay, so Ivan Beveridge from IG. Great presentation, thanks, Jeff. Some sort of theme here. Authoritative DNS servers work well with lightweight queries and responses, e.g. UDP or perhaps TCP, and likewise for recursive resolvers, little network state aside from caching queries. Would shifting to TLS and resolver authoritative servers holding open for caching connections not cause a higher load on servers, causing a scaling issue for DNS?
There was a great presentation at one of the DNS OARC meetings. Great place if you haven't been there already for DNS research work, where a presentation, and I'm going to guess it was from the folk from CZNIC, but someone will correct me if I've got it wrong, talked about an overhead of almost up to 10 times the load in doing TLS based against straight UDP unencrypted. Yes, there is a cost to pay here. It doesn't come for free. And that's, I think, the heart of this entire issue. If someone was willing to pay for queries, you could get everything you wanted, HTTPS, the lot. But if you're trying to do it inside the current budgets, inside the current sort of constraints that the DNS has applied on itself, close to mission impossible. And I think that's the big problem here, that no matter how you try and do session reuse, etc., you've still got a much, much higher overhead here. And that's, I suppose, the big challenge, to reduce that overhead without spending money. And it's sort of, oh God, can't do that. And so no, it's not very optimistic.
Okay, we're going to close the virtual mic line.
Daniel asked the one killer question here. What level of user confusion do I expect when we fragment the namespace? I think we're going to break the internet, Daniel. I expect a lot of user confusion. And this is pretty ghastly. Instead of the help desk saying, are you using a Mac or a Windows machine? It's kind of, you using a browser? What kind? What app are you running? Etc., etc., etc. Wow, no, we've broken it. We have broken it so badly. Don't know how to get out of this one, sorry.
It is one of the things, though, that I suppose, and you know, we've had presentations at RIPE from yourself and from others kind of predicting a certain amount of doom, varying levels of doom in the past. And yet the beast trundles on and more users keep using it. And sure, there are edge case problems, but it hasn't collapsed.
When we broke addressing with NATs, we actually made up for it with names, because it really didn't matter what the addresses said. As long as the names worked, you knew where you were going. And so we relied on a single DNS to kind of keep the internet together because we'd blown up addresses. They didn't matter anymore. And so now we're experimenting as to whether we can kick the other leg out from underneath us and still, if we can still stay up in the air. Because as soon as you lose this issue of unique naming structures, and I have a name in Chrome that means a different thing in Firefox, wow, all bets are off. And I don't understand how we can keep this one up in the air. But the pressures to fragment are irresistible because the application folk have just lost patience with everyone else. And so they're just going to blast off to the horizon and kind of go, bye all. And that's going to be fun.
I guess we'll see. So we're going to conclude with one comment, I think, again, from Andrew Campling from 419 Consulting, which is a depressing conclusion. Placing more trust in the platforms and applications seems a really bad idea. They spawn surveillance capitalism after all. Letting them drive the evolution of the underlying internet infrastructure seems equally misplaced. They will always prioritize performance over privacy or security, even though they may pretend otherwise.
We ripped the money out of carriage. We ripped the money out of platforms. The only money left is in content. Like it or not, they call the shots. You might not like it. You probably don't. But whoever has the money makes the rules. And this is the unfortunate game we're in. So I agree with you, Andrew, but I don't know how to fix it because those are the people with the money, sadly.
And on that happy note, thanks again, Jeff. Hugely appreciated. So to move on, we now have a couple of lightning talks to round out the session. And the first one is from Daniel Wagner in DKIX, who is talking about IPFix exports at IXPs. So Daniel, you should have everything there and can...
I hope so.
If it all looks like it's working for you.
Just one more thing. Share. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
All good. Cool. Take it away then.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I am Daniel Wagner. I am working for DKIX as a part of the research team. And I will introduce you to a small feature we call IPFix export that we are running at our forwarding platform. I'm the backend developer, and let's get closer to some details of the whole product. First of all, motivation actually was a customer requested service. So customers requested them to have more insights into their traffic details from a specific and unique vantage point that is the IXP itself and not their router. Furthermore, not all routers have the capability and the spare computational power to create these statistical insights, and some of them also don't want to change their configurations and touch them as little as possible. And one interesting insight is that it is even beyond the rate limit possible to see traffic in the IPFix's IXP's IPFix data, meaning that, for example, if your link is clogged, it is full, it is at the rate limit, then all you will see in your IPFix data from your router is what you actually receive. But from the IXP's point of view, there's actually more visible than only that. All right, so talking about exporting data, we need a protocol for that. That is the Internet Protocol Flow Information Export Protocol, standardized in RFC 7011, which offers a lot of configurability and flexibility thanks to the templates. The templates are packets being exported periodically, which contain information on how the actual payload data is structured. There are 491 data fields defined, and the ones we are exporting, I see that the quality is pretty bad, unfortunately. The flows, the fields that we are exporting, these are the source and destination MAC address. These are IPv4 or v6 source and destination IP addresses. It is the Internet Protocol number. So in this case here, you see it's TCP. We have the layer 4, so the transport port, source and destination, respectively. We have the octet count, which is the byte count of all these bytes that were in this flow, as well as the packets that were sampled in this flow or contained in this flow. We also export the TCP flags. There are two things to note about this protocol is that the dat and alive timeout, meaning that if you are sampling your packets and you will put them into flows before exporting them. You have like that timeout, which means that for a given interval of time, no packet has been seen according to your flow, but the flow has been recorded some time. Let's say that's the that timeout before then this this flow is being exported. Otherwise, if you see more and more packets being sampled for this very flow, then after an upper time limit, it's called the live timeout, this flow is going to be exported. The overall architecture in our case is we have a sampling rate of 1 out of 10,000 packets that we are sampling, and our dead timeout is 15 seconds, meaning that if you sample a packet which does not yet correspond to a flow that is existent, then there is a 15 seconds timer running out before this sample packet is being exported. Otherwise, if there are more and more packets belonging to the same flow being sampled, then you have a live timeout of 60 seconds. Okay, so our backend in our infrastructure creates the IPFix data, which is then passed into the IPFix export virtual machine. That is the one that I created, where the backend is running, and you, or not you, but the customers that requested this feature, they can, via the front end, our web front end, request their data start, stop, and let's have a look at the front end. The front end is embedded in our customers portal. You can enter your target IP address. This is the IP address, a public IP address, a static IP address where the data should go to. You can choose from one of your MAC addresses, and only your MAC addresses, none others are possible. Otherwise, the front end will deny your request. And last but not least, you put the action, which is either start or stop, depending on if you want to trigger or stop an IPFix export. So for the backend, we are leveraging a software that's called Vermont. That is the versatile monitoring tool, which is publicly available on GitHub, which I use for dumping our IPFix data that comes or originates from our infrastructure. And I will split this up into dumps, which are like generated and thrown away over the time, which enables me to pass the same data with many processes in parallel. So how many processes will there be, though? That depends on the customer's requests. These requests are passed into a tiny web server, which will then pass the data to a request managing data structure, which keeps track of all running exports, and will, for every export that is requested, for every MAC address that should be filtered for, will instantiate one Vermont MAC filter, which then in turn passes the filtered IPFix data, which does at this point only contain data that was either source or destination MAC address of your interface or the customer's interface, and will then pass the filtered IPFix data, a newly generated IPFix stream, just for this very customer, to a DTLS wrapper, which will then take over responsibility in terms of encryption, because otherwise we would not send out your data, the customer's data via the internet. Okay, so then have a look at how the data is actually being received. This is received by either our open source decryptor that you can download, or you can even involve other tools that we have been working together with, like PMAC, NetFastmon. In this case here, you can pass the data that is being collected at your interface. It's that very IP address that you just entered in the front end, and then you can pass it to any further process. In this case, this is Elasticsearch. Okay, so planned enhancements, we are also looking at configuring the transport port, which is at this point 2055. We want also to give you an overview of what you have been ever wondering about, because at this point there is not yet a possibility to see this. We also want to support exporting via IPv6. And we also want to support other DKIC sites. So at this point, it's Frankfurt only. And in the next couple of months, there will be in the DKIC Academy webinar for this very tool. So to sum it up, the IPFix export is a small tool for the customers, enabling them to self-manage receiving the IPFix subset from a unique vantage point, which they requested, to fuel their own analysis. So you can do with the data whatever it is, because it's a raw IPFix data. The data is being exported in an encrypted manner, and the tool is free to use. Well, that's basically it. I would like to thank you very much. I see the time's up, but I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
So, are there any questions for Daniel? If not, I have maybe one. So are you suggesting that all IXPs should start using your tools and offer this as a service to all their members?
I don't think that I would propose such a thing, but in case the customers of the IXP are requesting these kind of features, then please contact me. I can give you the code. And you can also look it up on GitHub, because most of the source code is publicly available. I pasted most of the links here in the slides.
And this was an actual question from somebody, but they noticed that at DGIX they had some problems with the actual catcher catching up on the traffic and reporting suspiciously low numbers. Do you have any experience in the load management of your tool?
Not yet, actually. I did not have a customer complaining about such a thing. And as I double checked and all the working code and have my watchdog running, I'm pretty confident that everything is in place. Try it out.
So everybody, please try it out. Well, Daniel, thank you.
Likewise.
Very much. It was very interesting, and I hope this will find lots of success.
We will see. Thank you.
So next up is Nigel. Are you there? There you are.
Yep, here I am. Right.
Nigel will be talking about the RobloxL Award.
Yep, let me just share the slides.
The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Well, this is a public service announcement on behalf of the RobloxL Foundation, and it's a call for the awards committee. So, who was Rob? If there's anybody here that doesn't know who Rob was basically the founder of the RIPE community and the RIPE chair for many, many years until his somewhat untimely death a few years ago. Okay, and the RobloxL Award was set up to recognize and reward individuals who basically helped the development of the internet in the RIPE service region and supported or enabled others with the development of the internet in the RIPE service region. It's usually made every 2 years. Last year, well, you may have noticed that last year was a bit different. We've had upsets. So last year, an award was not made. In fact, the last 2 years, the award hasn't been made. But it's coming. It's primarily a sign of recognition from the community for services rendered, and that's its main function. But it does also include a monetary award of 10,000 euros. And the first award was made to Wilfried Wöber, who you may or may not know. Wilfried was a very prominent member of the RIPE community for a long period of time. And he was awarded the first award in 2018. And here's a picture. On the left is Lynn Bloxhill, who's Rob's widow, Wilfried in the middle, and Miriam, whom you all know. So it's time to make the award again. So we need an award committee, because that's the process that that we have. Basically, the awards committee sets up and decides who to make the award to. It's not done by the foundation board. It's done by an awards committee, which is appointed each time. We would like your suggestions for the members of that committee, and the award committee, once constituted, will issue a request for the award recipient nominations. So this public service announcement is for the choice of the awards committee. So what can you do? You can volunteer for the awards committee. You can volunteer other people for the award committee. Please send suggestions or nominations to the email address below, board@robloxlfoundation.org. And finally, if you want more information, you can email the board at, again, the same email address, or you can look at the website whose address is there. And that's it. End of this public service announcement. Any questions?
Yes, indeed. So there's nothing in the Q&A. just give people a moment. And thank you, Nigel, for announcing this. I think it'll be great to see the award back on track.
Yeah.
Like hopefully lots of other things coming back on track in the near future. So if there are no, so Jan George, 6 Connect is asking, how is the committee selected?
The committee is selected by the board. Basically, we've never really had a problem with the selection of the committee. There's usually fewer people suggested than we think is appropriate. So if you think you can serve in this way, then just let us know. The board will make the selection.
Okay, and not seeing anything else, in which case, cool. Thank you very much, Nigel.
Thank you.
Best of luck with all that.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the talks we have lined up for this plenary session. So it will get a little bit of extra time for you to go and make your own coffee or do whatever you have to do at home or in your offices. I will just remind you all, please do rate the talks because it's really important for the PC. And as Yelta said at the beginning, we have 2 spots open. So you have until roughly this time tomorrow to nominate yourself or, nominate a friend with, of course, their consent and and permission. So thank you all very much. The next session will be starting at 1600 CEST, UTC +2, in, unsurprisingly, this platform. So thank you all very much and enjoy your coffee or standing up or whatever you're about to do now. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me, and I hope you are enjoying the RIPE 82. And I'm really pleased again that I can again give you great feeling that you will feel nicely energized. So please make sure that you will put yourself in a gallery view, and we start immediately. You can stand or you can sit. So let's start. When we woke up, we said, whoa, it's Monday, RIPE 82. So we started stretching from left to right. Reach your arms, going from one side to the other side. Let's start the day with RIPE 82. Yeah, it's already afternoon, and I will try to make sure that you will feel nicely energized for the afternoon sessions. So how about if we also activate our beautiful hips? Let's do 5 circles each side. Doesn't matter which side you will choose first. 4 and 5. Then we switch sides. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then put your beautiful hands on your shoulders. Then we start putting our elbows up and down, up and down. Let's do that 3 more times. Up and down. We also, when we go up, it's breathe in, and we go down, it's breathe out. Now we start going with the elbows in front of you, kissing each other, and then open up your chest, and again close, and open up. 2 more times. And last time. Very good. We start doing 5 circles forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's go backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Very good. Let's interlace your fingers. Let's put them behind your head. And we start doing some side stretches. And come back. So you inhale and you exhale when you lean to that one side. And inhale and exhale. And exhale. Let's do 2 more rounds. And last round each side. You will feel some cracks. Then let's interlace your fingers again and stretch them in front of you. Be careful that the shoulders are not pulling up. See, you should really make sure that shoulders fall down. And then we start moving your arms all the way up to the ceiling. See, you can also sit, but better is if you stand. And then if you are standing, go on your toes and make yourself really long. And then come back. We do a few rounds, so going left to the right. See, it's a lovely rotation. Your spine will love you for that. All right. Let's shake the hands. Let's do a few yeses. Be careful, gently. And then we start saying no's. And we will finish today with the dancing snake. Let's put the palms together. And we start going from left to the right. Doing circles with your hands. And you can do small circles or big circles. Maybe extend your arms going more to your screen or going more to your body. And we go all the way up. And we go all the way down. And this way we finish today's stretching. I hope you feel good, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
So, hello everybody, and welcome back to the 4 o'clock plenary session today. I'm Wolfgang, and I will be chairing this together with Franziska. As always, a few words of housekeeping before we get started. If you want to ask questions, you can either use the question button or you can queue up for the virtual microphone queue. And new this time, you can also ask your question with microphone and video. And as always, if you're asking a question verbally, please state your name and affiliation. In the question button, I think it's added automatically. What else? The chat is a nice feature, but it is informally, and please do not ask any questions to the speaker in the chat window. Use the question button. We're recording this session as always, and yeah, I think that's it. Did I forget anything on housekeeping? No, I don't think so. All right, and with that, I would like to welcome Alexander Asimov to the stage, the virtual stage, and he will present about self-healing network and the magic of Flow Label. Alexander, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Wolfgang. So let's start. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander Asimov. and I'm working for Yandex. And today I'm going to show you how to enrich TCP with self-healing capability. Of course, if in case of network outage. I will pay special attention to data center environment, but as you will see, it's not only about data centers. For those who are not familiar with what is Yandex, it's a huge ecosystem of services that is supported by a hyperscale data center infrastructure. And before jumping to the problems that may occur in such big network, I'll spend a couple of minutes describing the architecture of modern data centers. The minimal building block in the DC is a rack of servers connected to the top of rack switch. This top of rack switch is connected to the first tier spines. So on this slide, S11 and S12 represent two first tier spines. The set of doors connected to the same set of first tier spines is called point of data center or pod. First tier spines of selected pod belong to different planes. Each plane consists of first tier spines and second tier spines or super spines that provide cross connection between pods. I will use literal X to represent super spines during my slides. And of course, traffic is balanced in the fabric. And normally, we are using common 5-tuple to balance traffic at the level of top of rack switch and at the level of first tier spines. On the other side, there is, of course, another top of rack switch, switches. And it is believed that such kind of topology provides an easier way to scale and also provides false tolerance in the network. Both statements are true to some extent. For example, if we increase the number of planes, it will definitely increase the capacity of our network. It looks very easy on the paper, but if you do not invest in fiber and ports at the day one, it will be really hard to make such expansion. As for the false tolerance, modern data centers provide multiple paths between most servers. The single path between two servers exists only inside the rack. If we take a look at what's happening inside the pod, the number of paths will be equal to the number of planes. If we are speaking about connectivity between different pods, the number of paths will be a result of multiplication of number of planes and number of super spines in each pod, in each plane. To make you feel the numbers, here is just an example from one of Yandex data centers. It has 8 planes and 32 super spines in each plane, which result in 8 paths for the intra-pod connections and 156 paths for inter-pod connections. So let's get back to the main topic. Such topology provides scalability options, and for majority of connections, there are multiple alternative paths. But does it provide fault tolerance in case of network outage? It's proved to be highly dependent on the type of the outage. Let's say we have a problem. The X11, one of our super spines, is broken, and it starts to drop packets that are coming through it. If we are happy enough to have an automatic tools that are able to detect it, for example, it drops all the packets and there is BFD in place and it instantly drops the BGP session, everything is still fine. And so the services, oh, wait, there is some luck. Okay. And the services won't notice any effects. So the traffic will be just redirected to other super spines, and everything will be fine. But what if broken spine is losing packets, but losing only a subset of packets, so that the control plane is not disrupted, but still there is a constant connectivity issues between service in the DC. Most of the transport in the data center is still TCP based, and TCP relies on the acknowledgement process. So let's see how it works. This will be a very oversimplified example of how TCP performs in case of loss, with a focus on the timers. In Linux, the TCP stack will send an cumulative acknowledgement message for each 2 packets. It's a very old optimization that is reducing the number of packets in the network. To further simplify, let's say that the congestion window is limited to 2 packets. It's not very realistic in general, but in case of packet loss, it's that may really happen. So let's move forward, and once the sender will receive a cumulative egg, it will send another 2 packets. From here, from now, it's perfect, it's good. But what will be happening if some of these packets are lost? So it's highly depends on which packet is lost. For example, if we lose an intermediate packet, for example, the packet number 3, the receiver will respond with selected acknowledgement. It will clearly mark which packet is missing. And upon receiving selected acknowledgement, the sender will just retransmit a specified packet, and it will happen instantly. But things become very different if we lose the last packet of the window. Because in this case, first, the receiver will start, wait until the delayed arc time expires. And finally, it will send that I have received first 3 packets, if you want to send me something more. But after that, the sender will start waiting. It has no idea about if the 4th packet is still in transmission or if it is lost. And it will wait until retransmission timeout expires, which is the minimum between measured RTT value and RTO mean. What is RTO mean? We will get a few seconds later. And if we are unhappy to lose the 4th packet again, the retransmission timeout will grow 2 times. After each unsuccessful attempt, it will grow 2 times. And of course, it's very important to know the basis of RTO mean, so and compare it with our RTT. And that's where the situation becomes crucial, because RTO mean in Linux has a default equal to 200 milliseconds. If we are unfortunate enough to lose SYN packet, it is even bigger. It is 1 second compared to the delay that is common in the data center environment, 1 millisecond. So how packet loss then affects our services? As we discussed, the selected acknowledgement will trigger a retransmit of specified packet. But compared to selected acknowledgement, RTO instantly creates service degradation. And the nasty thing is that the TCP session with all its retransmits is still bound to the same path. So we have a problem in the network, and all our retransmits are coming through the same path. The problem will be gone only when network engineer will find out what is the cause of the problem and shut down the device. There are two types of actors, and both of them are trying to reduce the effect of the network outage. First actor is services, of course. They are affected and they try to do what they can do. So they try to tune TCP. Some of them are adding software health checks on top of it. The problem is that these solutions are not scalable. They may work in some environment, they may not work in another. Some, for example, software-defined checks can work for some services. For some services, it's not appropriate. And so, in case of a situation when nothing else helps, the service maintainers, of course, blame the network team. What can do a network team in response? I found that lots of services really believe that this kind of troubleshooting network is quite common. Of course, the reality is a bit more complicated. Network teams are using different monitoring tools to speed up detection process. They use black box monitoring tools. They use white box monitoring tools. The talk about black box monitoring tools will take another hour of talking. So let's focus on the timing. It takes a couple of minutes to collect the data and process it. It takes another couple of minutes to verify the results from the monitoring tools and isolate the root cause and normally shut down it. As a result, it takes from 5 to 20 minutes to resolve the issue. And what a surprise, it still doesn't sound good for the services. So what can we do to resolve this dependency, the dependency of network outage and service outage? So in ideal world, we may think that if we can move TCP flows from to other alternative paths, because we discussed that we have multiple alternative paths. If we can move these TCP flows, these may save the day. So then the services will not experience any effects, but the network engineers will have enough time for troubleshooting. And if we want to use multipaths, so I thought maybe a multipath TCP will be the solution. Multipath TCP, what's the name? It was created for a very different environment. It was created for devices with multiple network interfaces, and you can easily find such a device in your pocket. But still, it has multiple subflows that can be used to balance traffic or is in a primary backup mode. And it has full transparency to the application. So applications doesn't need to change anything. It's just a transport layer. It works. Once again. Okay, nice. It works by establishing subflows. And it's very important that first it's the first subflow, and after that you can establish more subflows if you want. The problem occurs that if the first subflow is not established, you are still bound to the same path because they are not established simultaneously. First, you need to negotiate your first subflow. After that, you can create a second, third, fourth, and so on. So multipath TCP can improve your fault tolerance in case for already established sessions, TCP sessions. But for new sessions, it will have just same performance as regular TCP. So what other options do we have? And we're moving to a very peculiar topic where we will now discuss the use of the flow label field. So let's start from the simple part. Flow label fields is 20 bits long. It present in IPv6 header. It doesn't present in IPv4 header. I think this is quite clear. And for years there was argument how to use this field. The consensus ended with the next purpose of this field. It can be used for stateless load balancing in a company with 5 tuple if it is available. And but before we jump to the next slide, so what happened in the Linux kernel went far beyond what is written in IETF documents. And I will show you a quick recap of what was happening in the Linux kernel. So in 2011 was published RFC 6438. It was about encapsulated traffic. And there was a finding that using flow label for encapsulated traffic where transport layer is not available can improve load balancing of this kind of traffic. And the idea was that if we put in the flow label field the hash from the TCP socket, we will get load balancing with higher properties, of course. This idea was also expanded to other types of encapsulation, for example, to GRE with GRE key, to UDP encapsulation with a source port. And so it was done in 2014. But next year happened very interesting thing. In Linux kernel was added hash recalculation of the TCP socket. And it was done on a negative routing advice. What is negative routing advice? It is expiration of RTO timeout that we have already discussed. The next year, another big brand company strengthened this solution. And now the hash recalculation is applied not only for RTOs in the middle of TCP session, but also at the beginning of the session if we have a SYN retransmit. So and a small surprise, this is the current Linux defaults. So it's not something that you are turning on. It's what is turned by default in since, I think, 5 years. Unfortunately, there is a drawback. Normally, such changes require a lot of discussion in the community and of lots of documentation. This was another scenario, and there was a little discussion only in the Linux dev mailing list, and no documentation at all. But I know what was done. I believe many of you have already guessed what was done. And for those who still confused, I will show how it is affecting our problematic flows in data centers. So let's get back to our scenario. We'll still have X11 that is broken and it is losing part of the packets that are coming through it. In case we have a selected acknowledgement, the situation is not changing at all. But the moment we have RTO timeout, we have a chance. So if we have an RTO timeout, the TCP hash will be recalculated. So will be flow label. And if we add flow label to the hash function of our top of rack switch, we have a chance that the coming packets will be redirected to another plane. In this case, of 2 planes, we have 50% chance after each attempt. The more planes we have, the highest chance that the TCP flow without TCP session interruption will be redirected to unaffected part of the network. The last problem is still timers. They are too high. It's several hundreds higher than the real RTT in the data center. So how can we change the RTO timeouts? The RTO mean that is responsible for the timeouts in the middle of TCP session can be changed at the user space using IP route tool. So you can just define it for selected prefixes and it works fine. But SYN RTO is very different. It is hard-coded in the Linux kernel, and it's set 1 second, and you cannot change it from the user space. The only way to change SYN RTO is to use eBPF. eBPF is, you can describe it as a custom programs in C that can be uploaded in different parts of Linux stack. And with eBPF, it proves out that you can change nearly every TCP options or affect the timers that are otherwise can't be changed in the user space. So here is an example of changing SYN RTO for TCP. And it works fine. You can maybe do it in a better way. For example, making a prefix lookups. But anyway, it works, and it also works for RTO mean. So both timers can be changed using eBPF. For example, in our data centers, we set both values to 4 milliseconds. And now how it works. So after we deployed eBPF agents to the hosts, plus we fought with our vendors to support flow label at the top of rack switches, we decided not to wait for a next big outage, but to create small artificial. We took top of rack switch with 4 uplinks and just created a constant packet loss on one of its uplinks. On the left side, you can see the output of our data plane monitoring. It's UDP based. It knows nothing about any kind of retransmissions, and so because one of 4 uplinks of our top of rack switch is failing, you see that it shows 25% of packet loss. So it's correct. On the right side is the traffic of services. And you can see that it is down, the volume of traffic has reduced 4 times. So the one uplink results in already huge disruption for the services. Now we enable the flow label on our top of rack switch. It doesn't affect the results of data plane monitoring because it's not about TCP, it's not about retransmits, it just shows that we are still losing 25% of packets. But services are not affected at all. So I really believe that this is great. This gives an opportunity of self-healing in TCP. So in IPv6, and congratulations for all who have already invested time and money in adopting IPv6, because you cannot do this in IPv4. It is possible to enrich TCP with self-healing capability. If you are going to apply it in a controlled environment, you may be also interested in tuning timeouts, and eBPF is proper option to reduce it according to your real RTT values. And minor thing is that there was no documentation, or it was not minor, because lack of discussion may lead to some unforeseen problems. And unfortunately, this case wasn't an exception. Let's see next scenario. We have a client and some Anycast service, stateful Anycast service. For example, it's a TCP proxy. And the clients experience some maybe problems, maybe it's a last mile, maybe it's some small network outage in the middle, but there is RTO timeout. And the client recalculates its TCP socket hash. Thus, it also changes the value of flow label. This results that the following packets may be redirected to another TCP proxy without any state. And the result of this will be, of course, TCP timeouts. So if you you see more timeouts during traffic during uploads in IPv6 compared to IPv4, that is the reason. In our network, we had to switch off flow label hashing at our border routers. It helped, but only, of course, in a subset of cases. One may think that we need to roll out all this functionality, but I don't think that it is a really valid option, because self-healing capability is a really killer feature. It's especially compared to IPv4, where you cannot do such things. The problem here that I just described is happening because the recalculation happens at the client side. And we know who is the client, who is the server. The client sends the SYN, and we can restrict by default recalculation of the TCP hash at the client, and keeping its current mechanics for the server side. It will maybe reduce its qualities in data center environment, but if we have still a knob to switch it on, it will be fine. And it will be working not only in data center environment, but also it will be working in general. So this is my last slide, and I'd like to summarize what I was trying to talk about. So flow label and its Linux current Linux implementations gives a way to jump from a failing path. It already works in controlled environment, in the data center environment. I'm pretty sure that a couple of big brands were using this feature for years. In our network, we are using it for a year. Unfortunately, a lack of previous discussion resulted that there is a missing part that can disrupt TCP sessions between end users and stateful Anycast. So we need to change the defaults, and I really believe that we need to properly document it this time. Speaking about documentation, normally, if you want to have some technology to move fast, it's not about IETF, of course, but unfortunately, there is nothing better than IETF if you want to document behavior of such important protocol like TCP. So if someone will be eager to volunteer to work on the Linux implementation or work on the document, please contact me. You are very welcome. That's all for me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Maybe just a small question. If somebody is now really
Franziska, I can hardly hear you.
Franziska, you're on mute.
I shouldn't.
Now it's better.
Oh, okay, sorry. Small question. If somebody, because you presented...
It's again, I think your microphone is working from the laptop. Once you are going.
Oh.
Okay, I'm very sorry. No, Wolfgang, could you maybe take over if my
Okay.
is broken? I'm so sorry.
Something wrong with your microphone. All right, taking over for the Q&A session. There is one question from Gregors. I cannot pronounce the last name. I'm sorry, Gregor. And the question is, do you think it would work with Quick?
I don't see why it should not be working in Quick. Of course, you should be very careful when you are changing the value of the flow label. Because, for example, RTO timeout is the value when you should be sure that all packets have been delivered or lost. So in the same kind, it can be applied to the Quick protocol.
Okay. Then I see no further questions and nobody in the microphone queue. Then thank you, Alexander. And the next one up is Christian. Franziska, would you like to try your microphone again?
Yes, I would really like to. So I hope this is working now. I have no idea why it isn't. No? Okay. So
we can hear you. It's better. It's better, but it goes down. So if you have some automatic gain control on, I don't know.
Nothing I have control over. So Wolfgang, please, I have to ask you.
No, it's fine now. It's fine now.
Okay. Okay. Let's ditch that. Okay. The next speaker is Christian Teuschel, and he is presenting the 10-year anniversary of RipeStat. So I am a strong user of RipeStat, so I'm really, really happy to hear your history over the last 10 years and maybe where are you going. So
absolutely. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Perfect. All right, good. Vielen Dank, Franziska. And right now I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, yeah, now I can do that. Just a moment. Perfect. All right. Okay. First of all, good afternoon from Amsterdam and welcome to this lightning talk on 10 years of RipeStat. I have the pleasure to present some of the highlights from the past 10 years. And I will also give a bit of an outlook on what is coming up next. So before there was RipeStat, there was something called REX, the Resource Explainer. And REX, according to the documentation, is a one-stop shop for almost all the information you ever wanted to know about Internet number resources. And interestingly enough, REX was very tightly connected with a database, which was called INRDB. According to the documentation, it's a non-conventional database. But for everyone who is developing information services, the features that you present in an information service are always very tightly connected to the backends that you're using. And this is something that we had to learn over the past 10 years, definitely. Then let's move to the beginning of RipeStat. That was 2010. End of 2010, I joined the RipeNCC, and RipeStat was one of my first projects. I had to learn the problem statement, and that was that there was a lot of information for Internet number resources out there, but it was scattered all over different platforms, locations, or tools. So the basic vision of the tool was to combine all information services as well as other public data sources into one easy-to-use interface. We didn't really manage to get everything into one user interface, but this is something that I'm gonna talk about a little bit later. On the right side, you're gonna see a wireframe of the initial design of RipeStat, and you're gonna already see the similarities to the RipeStat as we have it right now. Back then, and also still now, we had two focuses. One was to provide statistics and status of the network or parts of the network. Then if Ripestad would have had a birth certificate, then probably the 25th January of 2011 would be stated in there. That was when the tool was presented to a wider audience and we had our first public demo. I do remember that back then we had only 25 participants, but that was simply because we were using WebEx and that was limited to 25 people. Nowadays, I think that would not be state of the art anymore. So 2011 was for us actually a very packed year, very eventful, and also for Ripestad, because just 2 days later, and this is as if the internet would have sensed that Ripestad is out there. There was, for me, the first internet outage that I experienced, and that was in Egypt. And in the sense of being this one-stop shop for all internet information, we created a special page dedicated to this internet outage. A few days later, there was this earthquake in Japan at the coast of Honshu, and we did the same. End of 2011, we added two very important features. One was the data API, and one was the introduction of widgets. And that basically formed these three layers as we still have it from the outwards facing perspective. Internally, of course, a lot of things changed, as you will also see. From a usage perspective, back then we were at around 10,000 requests per day. And I have to say that since this is a lightning talk, I had to skip a couple of years. But don't you worry, because we will have an extended version, so you will get the director's cut version of this presentation on Wednesday during the MIT working group session. What I didn't skip was 2013, because this was the year when we added BGPlay to Ripestad. And probably everyone knows about BGPlay. What's probably not so known about BGPlay is that this was not the first implementation. The first implementation was a Java applet done by Roma Tre University. And only later in this year, we joined forces with the CompuNet Research Lab, which was also from Roma Tre University, and implemented BGPlay as an open source tool, and then later on also as a widget. In the same year, we did also more. We integrated Ripestad into RipeAtlas. For example, if you're going to look right now at the probe traffic or at all of the building measurement graphs, that's all coming from Ripestad. Another very important widget that I think it's worth mentioning here was the country routing stats widget that we added in the same year. And country routing stats is a widget that has been numerously referenced when it came to internet outages, monitoring of internet outages. From a usage perspective, in this year we hit the first 1 million requests per day. Then we're gonna skip those years, and I was almost about to skip 2017 as well, but not without to give you a small sneak preview on this wonderful piece of internet art that was created by Job Snijders with one of the widgets that we have on Ripestad, but you hear all about that in the MIT working group session. Then we're going to skip 2018 as well, and we're going to arrive at a very important year for Ripestad. 2019, we had a dedicated UI engineer joining the team, and that created the foundation to fundamentally start a rework on our new user interface. But you're going to hear about that also a bit later. In the same year, we also increased our outreach, and we worked together with other areas in order to create regional representations of Ripestad. And the first one was done with EPINIC. that resulted in the tool NetDocs in May, and a bit later we added InfoRedis for LACNIC, and InfoRedis was the first user interface of RipeStat that was supporting 3 different languages. So it was English, Portuguese, and Spanish. In the same year, we also hit this record number of 100 million daily requests, and yeah, this was basically at around the 19th of September. And just 2 months later, we were hitting 130 million requests. So this year was really many records that we broke. But after that, we also got less obsessed about talking these request numbers, because yeah, they just kept increasing in a way. Then last year, in March, we added the collaboration project with Afrinic, and that was the African Internet Registry and Routing Statistics, shortly AIRS. And yeah, then in March, the pandemic hit, and we could theoretically not travel as much as we did before, and we focused more on features. Okay, that was a joke, but as a result of the work that we did on the user interface, we released the new user interface as a beta at the last RIPE meeting. And then we're gonna arrive in 2021. We obviously had the 10-year anniversary of RipeStat, and something that will come up during this RIPE meeting is that we're gonna release the new user interface as a production-ready and as a default user interface. So there will be more about that on Wednesday with a drop-in session, and also with parts that we're going to talk about in the MIT working group session. Then to provide a bit of an outlook of what we are planning to do in the next upcoming years. So first of all, till this RIPE meeting, our focus was purely on the new user interface. And right now, we want to shift the focus a bit more on the infrastructure and also on the data API. So that's why we are trying to expand into the cloud, and we want to improve the data API. At the same time, we also want to revamp BGPlay. I think after 8 years of service, that's legit. And we would like to open source the widget API since we are switching over to the new user interface. And we also don't want to completely abandon the widget API. We will also look into machine learning a little bit, and we will focus more on collaborations as well. Then I'm almost at the end of my presentation. There are 3 topics that are very dear to my heart. First of all, the spelling. For the obvious users, you probably have seen that there is RIPE space NCC, RIPE space database or DB, RIPE space Atlas, and so on. But there is RIPE no space stat. And although I don't have an explanation for that, that led to a proliferation of different spellings, and you definitely have good reasons to be confused about that. But just for the sake of clarity, that we really mean that we really see when you mean to reference the service, we would like you to be more mindful when you're using the spelling, because it's simply also easier for our users to identify that. Talking about users, I think this is also a good point to thank our users for the 10 years of sticking with us and also helping us to create such a huge user base. What you're going to see here is a selection of feedback that we got. And before you wonder, this NPS is a measure, is a bit of a KPI that's being used in marketing, which is the Net Promoter Score. And that's simply a measure on how likely it is that you recommend the service to friends or colleagues. And then I think a tool is only as good as the people that are working on that. At this point, I would also like to thank the team. I'm very proud on what was done in the past 3 years. And if you're going to look closer at this team picture, then you're going to see that Oleg, who is usually a very cheerful person, looks a little bit grim. But that has also a reason, because the team is not complete, and we are looking for a full-stack software engineer with affinity for backend development and data science. So we are hiring. In the next few days, there will be a job advertisement going out. Please keep an eye on the job board if that is your calling, or if you know someone who would fit into that. And with that, I am done, and I could receive some questions.
Thank you. I do not see any questions, and we're a little bit pressed for time anyway. So thanks for the presentation.
Absolutely.
And keep
It was a pleasure.
I'm a user of RipeStat as well, and I always promote it if I'm talking to other engineers.
That is
so
good to hear.
thank you. Next one up is Marco Hogewoning, also of the RIPE NCC, and he's going to talk about the NIS2 status update. Marco, the floor is yours.
Yes, now I'm on. Good afternoon, colleagues. Hello, my name is Marco Hogewoning. I work for the RIPE NCC, manage a small team dealing with public policy and internet governance these days. I'm going to talk a bit about NIS2, and I realize that I'm in between you and your fridge, so I'll try to keep it short today. If you want to know more about the history, you can actually look back and you'll find that the first presentation on this topic was done in RIPE 74 in the NG Abuse Working Group, where the Dutch government already presented a bit about the plan. So what is this about? What is the Network Information Security Directive? Well, it came into force in 2018, and when it did, it was kind of presented as the first European cybersecurity law. And what it aims to do is to address cybersecurity issues that might exist or could exist within critical infrastructure. And critical infrastructure, you're usually talking about the big five. So it's finance, energy, transport, healthcare, and then telecoms. Not as much the internet, but of course these days everything relies on the internet. And the main idea behind the NIS directive is to make sure that small disruptions or small hacks don't lead to massive cascading effects that could lead to economic and societal effects. And I mean, we saw this over the weekend again, where ransomware attacks in health basically disabled the whole healthcare system in Ireland. So this is really important. Crucial to this, it's a directive. That means that national governments, the member states, have to implement it in national law. And also the national states, the member states, can appoint what they see as operators of essential services. So those people, for instance, internet exchange points or domain name registries, where they say like, yeah, if these people have an outage, then there is an effect on other larger players, and that could cascade into large problems with the economy or with society. When this came into force, the Dutch government approached us. We had a chat about whether RIPE NCC as the K-root operator would be one of those essential service operators. The end of that discussion was that they felt it wasn't an added value to put us under that regulation, and so far the decision has not been made that we are an operator of essential services, and therefore we are not in scope of this directive. Then last year, the new European Commission, starting on a new 5-year mandate, proposed an update, and with an update they basically came back and proposed a complete rewrite of the NIS directive. They argued that it was a bit of a scattered approach with all these national governments doing their own thing, and they needed better alignment to make sure the internal market worked. Several key changes there, but most importantly, it said that the member states no longer have to decide who is essential, and instead this new proposal comes with a couple of annexes that define categories for essential and important entities. So if you're in, you're in. If you're out, you're out. And that effect was very noticeable on the DNS. And paraphrasing a bit, but essentially if you operate a DNS server, you would be in scope of the proposed directive. That of course then also means that us as the root server operator for KRoot would be in scope, and in fact it names root servers specifically. And it wouldn't only apply to us and NetNode as the European operators. This directive, just as the DSA, just as DMA, is designed to work extraterritorial. So it doesn't matter where you are. The crucial bit is, do you deliver services to the EU or to EU citizens? So yeah, our position on NIS2. Well, we don't like it. No, that's a natural response. And nobody likes to be regulated. But we don't like it for a very specific reason. And that is that if you start legislating on something crucial, something core, just as the DNS root, you're kind of undermining, you're harming the multi-stakeholder model. And you risk fragmenting the internet. And by that means, we mean like, yeah, if the EU now goes ahead and says, oh yeah, we're going to legislate on the root, it might inspire other countries to do the same. And before you know it, we've got 190 or so slightly incompatible pieces of legislation that all say something about the root DNS. And with that, you kind of create a patchwork of 190 slightly different internets that may or may not be interoperable. We took that view, we explained our view to the Commission in direct conversations. We've made contributions to the feedback process, the consultations ongoing. We've also been talking to member states, and more recently also to members of the European Parliament. So like, hey, you know, this is really a problem here. Not only just because we're regulated, but really if you look at how this is done from a multi-stakeholder perspective, this isn't good. Actually lucky, talking to one of the lead MEPs on this dossier, which is Mr. Bart Groothuis from the Netherlands. He kind of understood our argument, and with him and with his staff, we worked on some amended text that addresses our concerns. Very much it would remove the root servers out of scope. It would also remove a lot of the small players out of scope. That was a concern that was brought up by the RIPE community, saying, yeah, I just run a DNS server for myself. Why would I be regulated? More importantly, not only do they take it out of scope, but the justification for taking the root servers out of scope also make it very clear that saying like, yes, you're kind of going contrary to this vision of having a single, open, neutral, free, secure internet. All these lovely things that Europe always say we stand for the multi-stakeholder model. So where we are at now, well, this is a proposed amendment. It still has to be agreed within Parliament. So we're currently trying to get hold of parliamentarians who can influence the decision and make sure that they understand why this is good. If that subcommittee agrees to this report, then it would go for a formal vote. That's probably a formality once all the parties already agree to the amendments. If this comes true, it's going back to the European Commission saying, hey, we propose some changes. Technically, they could just say, okay, sure, we'll accept it. But more likely what this will then result in is what's so-called trilogue process, where the Commission, Parliament, but also the Council, the member states, basically sit down and work out the remaining differences and find a compromise on all disagreements. With that, we came a long way. We have an alternative text. We have an understanding that the root shouldn't be legislated, but we still need quite a bit of time with the Commission, with the member states to support all those changes if Parliament agrees. So that's what we're currently working on. There will be another discussion, I believe, in the DNS working group on Wednesday. I'm unfortunately not able to attend. We've also had discussions in routing, and we have discussions in the corporation working group. And I believe we still have a few minutes for questions, so I'm happy to take them now, or otherwise I would recommend taking them to the corporation working group, where me and my colleagues are watching and can answer your questions. With that, are there any questions?
Thank you, Marco. We actually do have some questions in the queue. The first one is by Dimitri Kormaniuk, Hostmaster. He says, all too frightening. Can you suggest any actions for non-EU membership communities to take on this?
That's a really good question. We have seen that also in the feedback process, the European Commission is open to views from all stakeholders. So we, for instance, also saw responses coming in from the Japanese route server operator, and we saw many American companies comment. So if you really think this is a concern, please do reach out to the European Commission if you can, and try to explain what the harm is that they're doing here. And the same, especially if you are in the EU, please do reach out to your local MEP and say, like, hey, this is going the wrong direction. But as far as the process is concerned, this is now really a matter of the EU member states and the European Parliament. But it wouldn't hurt to make sure that people understand this is not just a European problem. This is a global problem, and it needs to be solved on a global scale.
Okay, we have about 3 minutes left and already 4 questions in the queue, so I'm closing the queue as of now. And we continue with Alexander Izavnin. I'm very sorry if I'm butchering people's names here, from Free Moscow University. Does the RIPE NCC analyze other local, in parentheses, Russian, Central Asian, Turkish or Arabic, or remote US, China legislations? Does the NCC expect issues from extraterritorial regulations from those legislations?
Yes, we do keep track, and if you look at RIPE Labs, you see that my colleague Atina from our legal department has just published an article that addresses some of these concerns, and again, where indeed we echo to say, like, yeah, this needs to be done on a global scale, this needs to be done on a multi-stakeholder level, because yes, we do see the threat of diverging legislative initiatives. It doesn't even have to be extraterritorial. We do see different laws applying to different members, and we do have root servers in many states, not only in the EU. So this is definitely a concern, and yes, we are watching.
Okay, so if anyone is interested in that, they should go ahead and contact you about that. Jan Zosch with SixConnect is asking what exactly they are trying to regulate and how do they envision this in real life? This sounds to be like a longer conversation. Maybe you have a short answer to that.
The short answer is we don't know the details. Some high level, for instance, say that yes, the management body, aka the board and the C-suite, should receive cybersecurity training. It also seems to hint that they might want to look into your supply chain and, for instance, go down the path of saying you can't use equipment produced by certain vendors. But it's a very high level at this stage. If it comes into force, the details will be worked out with the competent authorities, and that will probably be a custom job.
Okay, let's tackle the last one. Carsten Schiefner is asking regarding DNS. So small DNS and root operators are likely to be off. Hopefully, who is still in? I'm not entirely sure what he's referring to, but you probably.
Yes, you can look up the actual text is in my mail to the corporation working group, but it currently seems to aim at people who actually sell hosting DNS zones. So actually sell that as a service would probably still be in, depending on the scale. But I am not a lawyer, and I really recommend if you are in this business, talk to your lawyers and see what the actual amendment text would mean to you.
Okay, Daniel Karenbeck from the NCC is referring some comments from the chat. Some people in the chat were wondering what the timeline on NIS2 was now. For example, the Trilog, etc. When will it be passed? And that was the last question.
Parliament is going to discuss these amendments within the ITRE committee on May 27. The Commission, I think, is still hopeful that they could have something hammered out in trilogue by the end of the year. I myself am less optimistic about that timeline. It could be next year, but then again, for instance, we've seen e-privacy, which got stuck for 5 years. So we really don't know at this stage. It could well never happen.
Okay, so thank you, Marco, for that exhaustive update on a very, very important topic.
Thank you for having me here.
And with that, almost exactly on time, we conclude the plenary sessions for this meeting. I hope you've enjoyed the presentations and you are motivating for a productive meeting week. Couple of housekeeping items again. You can still nominate yourself to work with us in the PC until tomorrow 3:30. Just send a mail to pc@ripe.net. You can also vote for the PC members starting tomorrow. So if you log in with the RIPE NCC Access account, you can go to the meeting website and vote those people who have nominated themselves. You have, I think, we have 2 seats open, so you have 2 people you can vote in. Please rate the talks. Again, we cannot emphasize this enough. We reread this ratings and we take the ratings into account for the next meeting. So I don't want to keep you from your coffee break. Next up is in half an hour, the Scion BOF, where they are actually proposing to form a Scion working group. So if you are interested in that general area, please join us there. Listen what they have to tell us. Let's engage into a discussion. And with that, thank you for attending this today's plenary session. Goodbye.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. I would like to welcome you to this BOF session on a proposal for a SIGN working group. I hope you can see my slide as well. So we're all set to get started. All right. So first, before I start, let me express a few words of gratitude to all those who have made this BOF possible. First of all, a big thanks to the RIPE 82 organizers and the program committee for having us. Then I'd like to also thanks to all the BOF speakers, supporters, and participants who are here with us today. I see a big number, which is great. We are very honored for this. Also, I would like to thank Kaspar from Sidon Labs for offering to serve again as a secretary today. He will become active later on, taking all the questions and reading out them loudly. Just one word about logistics. For those of you who have not used Meetecho before, if you would like to ask a question later on, this can be done either by asking the audio or video access with the icon shown on the top, or maybe since the group is quite large, preferable might be to write just the question in the chat by clicking on the question and answer icon, and then this will get queued up and Kaspar will read the question in the queue. So what is this BOF about? This BOF is the second instance of BOF on SIGN. SIGN is a novel internet architecture. For those of you who are not yet familiar with SIGN, we will hear some words later on in the talk by Sam. Also, a more detailed introduction can be found on a RIPE Labs article that has been published. You can see the URL here. So if you're interested to learn more details about it and the motivation behind this and how we believe RIPE could get involved here, I would like to point to this article. So as I said, this is the second instance of the SIGN BOF. This follows the momentum that was created by the first BOF in the RIPE 82. Back then, we asked the questions how REERs could potentially exist with registration of SIGN resources, specifically SIGN isolation domains and SIGN AS numbers. Again, Sam will give a brief outlook on this later on. And also the question whether REERs like RIPE should take a role in the issuing of SIGN AS certificates similar to their role in RPKI. Now, the goal for today's session is to discuss a proposal that we have come up with to build a SIGN working group at RIPE. You can find the charter, the proposed charter for this under the URL indicated here. And so the plan is later on in the discussion session to discuss all the aspects of this proposal. Now a quick overview on the agenda. After my brief introduction, I would like to hand over to Sam Hitz from Anapaya. He will talk about SIGN isolation domain registration, AS numbers and certificates. So basically give a detailed insight about how they are doing this now, since Anapaya is currently the only entity who is dealing with this. And then, unfortunately, Fritz Steinmann cannot be here for personal reasons. So Sam offered to also deliver his talk on SIGN challenges and risks for certificate issuing and AS number assignment on a specific example, the example of the Swiss Secure Finance Network. And then later on, the majority of this session shall be dedicated, as I mentioned, to the discussion of the proposed charter and the goals of this charter. Together with me, Adrian Perrick from ETH Zurich and Stavros Konstantaras will help me with the moderation. Kaspar will take the questions, and we have also a number of Cyan working group supporters on board today. Jeroen van Langemaat from Endix, Juri de Ruiter from Sidon Labs, Stephen Baker from AMS-IX, Simon Leinen from Switch, Marike Kat from Surf, Ronald van der Poel from Surf, and Daniel Kopp from DeedSix. So those will be on board also to answer specific questions later on during the discussion as well. Now, to start with, we would like to start again with Paul by asking 2 questions. And for this, I'm briefly going to hand over to Kaspar. Kaspar, can you take the floor, please?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Well, I'm going to start right away with one of the questions of our poll. So the question is, have you attended the previous Cyan BOF? And I think the poll is now running. So you can all answer the question if you want. So 2 seconds remaining. Let's see. Okay, so the majority of the participants that answered was not there, but a small part of the people that's here today was actually at the previous BOF. That's nice. Now let me quickly prepare the second poll. Oops. Which is about your familiarity with Cyan. So we would like to know to what extent you have any experience with Cyan. So in a second, that poll will pop up. And there we go. It's a little bit more interactive in an real life session. Then you can see people raise their hands and stuff like that. Okay, so in 3 seconds the poll closes. Let's see. So over 50% have heard about Cyan. 30% doesn't have any experience with Cyan. Some people played with it. Some people consider themselves an expert, and some people have practical experience. Well, that's really good. Now I'm handing over back to David.
Okay, thanks very much, Kaspar. This is actually a great outcome. It means that more people than half a year ago have heard about Cyan, which is excellent. So I guess we have so far done our job correctly. All right, now to continue, let me introduce the presentation by Samuel Hitz. Samuel is the CTO of Anapaya Systems, and he will talk about Cyan isolation domain registration, AS number issuing, and AS certificates. So please, Sam, the floor is yours. I hope you can share your presentation now. Maybe for this, I will need to unshare my presentation first.
Exactly.
Okay, so it should be possible now.
All right, this is visible now. Should be, right? Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, everyone, for having me. I will give you a very brief introduction about what Cyan actually is, because some of you have never heard of it. So very briefly, that we have the foundations, and then talk a little bit about current numbering practices. There are things that need to be numbered. Closely related also the certificates that are involved in the Cyan control plane, and kind of raise a few questions or food for thought also for the upcoming discussions.
So here is a sign overview in basically one slide. Again, I won't have a lot of time, of course, to go into a lot of detail, but it should suffice. So what you see here is a sign internet, as we call it. It's just like the regular internet, a network of networks. The basic building block are, as in today's internet, autonomous systems. These are these hexagons that you see here on the map. And there are kind of three elements that I want to talk about here. First is the so-called isolation domain. So an isolation domain really groups together a set of autonomous systems into a logical unit, right? And there are mainly two purposes for these isolation domains. The first purpose is that it introduces a routing hierarchy. I'll come to that shortly in the control plane. But basically, during the pathfinding process, there are two levels of hierarchy: within an isolation domain and then across isolation domains. The second one, and that is more important to what we discuss today, is actually that isolation domains, they define a root of trust. In the sign control plane, all path information that gets exchanged and registered and found is actually authenticated and verifiable by everybody on the network. And of course, this involves public key cryptography, and that always needs to be verified against a root of trust, which is defined by an isolation domain. So really, an isolation domain, you can think about a logical grouping that, you know, you might think it's country specific, and that makes sense because a country defines a jurisdiction, a common law, and so on and so forth. Usually has some regulators in there as well. But as we will see actually in the second talk, it can also make sense to have industry specific or industry vertical specific isolation domains, which this secure Swiss finance network is one. Second element is then the control plane, so that the routing, and the purpose of the control plane is to find paths through the network, between these sign ASs. As I said, the sign AS is the basic building block, right? So we don't go deeper than the AS itself, but it's really about pathfinding between those ASs. So the routing works in the following ways. In a process we call beaconing, these path construction beacons here are propagated through the network from AS to AS, right? And as I mentioned before, two levels of hierarchy. Here, the yellow path, for example, is a path segment that gets found within an isolation domain, within the yellow isolation domain, and this purple path segment would be an example of a path segment being found across isolation domains. So through this beaconing, basically you have these beacons that collect path information. Every AS on the path will kind of record the interface a beacon enters the AS, and also then where it leaves the AS again, and of course signs that information that it's verifiable. This leads then to these path segments being available. They get registered in the path directory service, if you so wish. It's very similar to a DNS actually. And then on the data plane, one of the fundamental pillars of sign is that in the end, the sender chooses the path that it wants to use to communicate with the destination. Now, it doesn't have the free choice over all possible paths, of course, but what happens is that these path segments that are being created through the routing process, a sender can request them, look them up from the network, combine them in different ways to form end-to-end paths, and then make a choice, of course, of which one of them it wants to use to actually transmit the data, right? The data, the path itself, as is depicted here, is then actually written into the packet header. So each sign packet contains the AS level path of a packet already in its header, and sign routers, basically they don't do any route table lookups anymore, but they just verify the routing decision that has already been made. Of course, this is also cryptographically secured using message authentication codes, and then forward the packet accordingly. So this is all I want to say about SIGN itself, how it works. Of course, you know, if you're more interested about more technical details or then the use cases of such an architecture, there are plenty of resources for you to consume. To go a bit deeper into the isolation domains, as I said before, a SIGN network or a SIGN internet consists of a set of interconnected isolation domains. Each such isolation domain defines a root of trust, and this is what we call this trust root configuration. It's basically a file, if you want to be more specific, a set of X509 certificates together with a policy how they can be updated. And then crucially, each AS in such an isolation domain, they need to have an AS certificate issued by some certificate authority within that isolation domain, such that they can participate in the control plane, in the route finding, and then more crucially, the path registration process. Without such a AS certificate, you cannot be part of a SIGN network, and of course that lends itself also to do some form of access control, who can be part of such an ISD and who cannot, which will be a very crucial point for the example we see in the second presentation. As I said, isolation domains by default they're country specific. That's our current practice, but we also have examples of industry verticals like this banking isolation domain. Good. So then to go a bit deeper, there are a few things to consider for numbering. There are items that need to be numbered. First of all, every isolation domain needs a globally unique number. It's from a 16-bit namespace, and they cannot clash. So every isolation domain needs to be uniquely identified, and then every AS, in principle, needs to be uniquely identified within an isolation domain. So the tuple ISD number plus AS number that needs to be unique. The current practice is actually to assign a globally unique AS numbers, a bit more on this later, mostly for identification. But technically, from the protocol specification, only the ISD AS tuple needs to be unique. And we have a 48-bit namespace to use as AS identifiers. So that's pretty straightforward, right? Of course, in the BGP internet, as I call now today's internet, we have also autonomous systems. We have numbering authorities. One of them is RIPE, of course, that assign AS numbers. Obvious questions, could they also take this role for numbering ASs in the SIGN internet and ISDs, because there needs to be some form of global coordination here, right? A bit more food for thought here is the fact that, you know, we might need to adapt for a future with many more ASs. So we expect that in a SIGN internet there will be many more ASs than in today's internet. First reason would be that today's large BGP ASs, if they want to transition into a SIGN internet, they would actually not be one global SIGN AS, because at that point you lose, of course, some of the path control and path diversity that you want to the users to have. So they would be splitting up in multiple smaller SIGN ASs, maybe more regional ones. On the other hand, also SIGN makes it very easy and very useful to be dual or multi-homed, even for micro and nano sites, right? So with that in mind, maybe there also needs to be another layer of delegation from the numbering authorities, maybe down to providers, and have something like PA AS numbers, like a PA address space today. But this is just food for thought for now. So what is then the current numbering practice? Currently on Apaya, we are the global numbering authority. And just as a disclaimer, we don't want that. We don't want to be the numbering authority. We are just fulfilling kind of the need because somebody needs to hand out numbers for entities that today want to use the current SIGN network. We have a very straightforward and small numbering policy. So we have 0, that is the wildcard ISD, that basically means any ISD. We have a small range here dedicated for documentation, sample code. Then we have some private ISD numbers if you want to run a private ISD. And then we have mostly limited to 4,000 public ISDs that could be extended to the full 65K if the need ever arises. We are just numbering in increments of 1. We don't assign vanity numbers. The first ISD was the Swiss ISD, which has number 64. The second one was actually a German ISD, which has number 65, and so on. So nothing special here. For the ASs, very similar. Again, we are handing out AS numbers. Again, we don't want to be in that position. As I mentioned before, AS numbers, they need to be, there's technically scope to isolation domain, but we said we want to make them globally unique because also ASs can be part of multiple different isolation domains. And if an entity, an organization has an AS number and is part maybe of a banking ISD and the Swiss ISD, they should be identified by the same number. This is mostly that helps humans to identify that organization. Furthermore, what we did here is actually we said, okay, whoever has already a BGP AS number out of the 32-bit, this range will be kind of reserved. So they will be able to grandfather their AS number into the SIGN AS address space. Again, that's not something that is required by the protocol, but it's a practice that we use. So for example, Swisscom or Switch as a SIGN provider, Switch as the AS number 559 in the BGP world, they also have 559 in the SIGN world. And then for all the new entities that do not yet have their own AS numbers, we have reserved a relatively large range here, 4 billion, where we just allocated again in increasing numbers. That's our current practice. So then what about the certificates? As I said, every AS kind of needs, of course, a number, but they also need a certificate to participate in the SIGN control plane, mostly to sign path information. And a SIGN AS certificate, it binds really a public key to an AS identity. So that's how you can also see how AS identity, the AS number, is related to that AS certificate, right? And SIGN AS certificates are issued by CAs that are legitimized by the TRC. So a CA of a isolation domain would have the root certificate included in the trust root configuration. These voting certificates, these are basically for whoever is governing this isolation domain, and then the ISD policy. In there, you will have things like, okay, these are the voting members, and let's say 2 out of 3 voting members need to agree, need to sign a new TRC for a TRC update to be valid, and so on, right? And then we have a classical certificate hierarchy, the root certs in the TRC, from which there are intermediate CA certs, issuing certs, and those in turn issue AS certificates. That is all I want to say about the PKI. And of course, there are similarly certificate issues considerations. Basically, in practice right now, also on Appaya, we play the role of a CA for every ISD that is not strictly governed, right? We have an example of an ISD that has strict governance requirements, that is the Secure Swiss Finance Network. And well, Fritz would have been telling you more about this experience as a CA for the SFN, but I will do that just after this presentation. And here also a few food for thought, right? Numbering and certificate issuance are related. So that means, would a numbering authority kind of also deal with certificate issuance, like, you know, similar to our PKI, or would actually CAs number things? Like how could that look like in a SIGN Internet? Again, just something that you can think about. And that should help you in the upcoming discussions. Right. That's for presentation 1. David, I think if you don't mind, I will transition directly to Fritz's presentation.
Yes, that's absolutely fine. Please go ahead. We're already a bit behind the time, so
yes, sorry.
Yep.
Okay. So very briefly, what is the SFN? It is the interbanking communication infrastructure. Well, it's not just for banks, but also for other financial institutions, for fintechs, financial service companies that we are building here in Switzerland together with SIX, our financial infrastructure provider, and the Swiss National Bank to basically build the next generation for interbanking communication. Implemented technically, it is modeled as a sign isolation domain. It has number 70 to be precise here, and this one is actually very tightly governed. So there is a governance board consisting of members of the Swiss National Bank, of SIX, and of Switch as an independent provider, and they define the rules of who can be like an operator in that network operator in that federation, who is a CA, and what are the rules that CAs need to adhere to allow new members to this network, right? So this is something that really we have nothing to do with anymore, and it's completely delegated to SIX in this case and Switch and the Swiss National Bank. Right, numbering. Again, they reused, for them it was easy, of course, to get numbers since Anapaya is the numbering authority. We just handed out AS numbers to them. Current thinking, and we used the same, of course, practice that, you know, whoever had already an AS number, BGP AS number, they kept that, and others got assigned a new one out of this range, right? But here, as I said, for actually this range here, some numbering authority needs to be there. Our current thinking is actually to reserve a slice of this space here and assign it to the CAs in the SFN, such that when they hand out the certificate to a new member that wants to join, they can also assign an AS identity for that. So here the numbering is actually being coupled with the issuance of certificates. Then from a certificate authority point of view, since SIX is a certificate authority in the SFN, there are a few considerations and key questions that they had to look at, especially related also to public versus private trust, right? So what I want to emphasize here, the AS certificates are in AS certificates. These cannot be compared to TLS certificates. Of course, they also use the X509 standard, etc. But it's in the end not a public trust. It is trust. It needs to be trustworthy within an isolation domain and for every other isolation domain that it's connected to, that wants to communicate with the SFN. For now, the SFN is an isolated network, so we're really in a private trust setting. Furthermore, these AS certificates, they're really used to protect routing and forwarding information. They are not used to encrypt application level payload, and thus also, you know, liability is not such a big issue for now. There have been pushes towards using these certificates, of course, to also use end-to-end encryption because they're already there. But SIX so far has pushed back on these things because that would also increase liability potentially for them. And then finally, there is an aspect of availability of the certificate authority. So in SIGN, we don't have explicit certificate revocation for the AS certificates. Instead, we work with very short-lived certificates. They're typically 3 days and then they expire. That means CAs need to be really highly available. We implemented actually, that's why we also have a secondary CA that Switch runs as a backup in case SIX would experience some outage. And of course, the whole certificate renewal and reissuance needs to be fully automated because it will lead to disconnection if you cannot renew your certificate in time. Right, so these were some of the more practical aspects that Fritz would have been able to tell you about, and I hope this gave you a bit of a picture of what are the topics that, or the questions that might arise, current practices, and yeah, I hope this will lead to a healthy discussion. Back to you, David.
All right, thank you very much, Sam. Looking at the time, we're already a little bit behind schedule, so we are not going to take technical questions now. I would go directly into the BOF discussion, and for this I have prepared a slide. Just 1 second, I'm gonna bring that up in a second. All right, so just briefly summarizing what we like to discuss now for the remaining half an hour is the working group charter that we have come up with as a proposal. So essentially, our idea is that with this working group, we can raise the awareness within RIPE about the role that RIR like RIPE could take in the SIAN architecture, and facilitate the discussion around it, specifically, as Sam pointed out, the registration and certification needs of SIAN resources, SIAN ISD establishment, SIAN AS number assignment, and provisioning of SIAN AS certificates. And then to come up with a pilot for these aspects, in which we would plan to specify how this pilot should look like in a first version in the first year, then to implement it and collect feedback and experience on it in the second year, then to specify a revised version based on the feedback, and then in the year 4 to consider potentially permanent implementation of the SIAN registry and certification at RIPE NCC. Of course, this will happen regularly in RIPE meetings twice a year, as well as in remote sessions outside of the RIPE meetings as regular in working groups. And of course, we also commit to monitor and take part in related working groups like the address policy working group, the routing working group, and potentially the RIPE NCC services working group as well. Now, we expect obviously some discussion on several items related to this proposal. The first question, of course, is why do we need it? So we do have some arguments that we would be happy to discuss with you. The relation to other working groups, as mentioned, is an important aspect here. Certainly the question about standardization plans may also come up. And then specifically speaking about the pilot that we have in mind, we may discuss the planned deliverables and timeline, and also then the very concrete aspect of requesting RIPE NCC to give out those SIAN resources as a registry. And then there are maybe more technical aspects like the working group organization itself that are similar to other working groups as well. So with this, I would like to open the discussion, and I have seen that there are already a number of questions that came in. So Kaspar, this is now your turn. Please, if you could select the first questions that we then will be able to answer in the forum.
Yes, of course. So one question about the forming of a working group from Raymond Yetten with his private hat on. He asks, to the question, should this be a separate working group? I hear so much that it's related to routing and routing security, that this would be a valuable part of the routing working group. So what is your response to that?
Yes, thank you very much, Kaspar. So I'm looking at the other supporters as well within the team. Who would like to take that one?
I could say something about this.
Okay, please go ahead, Simon. Thank you.
It is certainly a routing focused protocol, but at the same time, it works very differently from IP routing. So I'm not quite sure whether it has a place in the routing working group yet. I'm a bit worried that it will be a bit alien to the typical discussions in the RIPE working group or routing working group. So personally, I think it's certainly an understandable
reaction, but so far I think it's would still better live in its own working group. And then once it's a bit more socialized, the Scion way of doing routing, then yeah, why not? Maybe one day it will become just part of the normal routing discussions.
Thanks,
Right.
Simon. Do we have any other comments?
Yeah, we also
on
have
that
some
particular
people
question?
in the we also have some people in the microphone queue. I don't know which order they came in, but I will now give the floor to Jan Zorts, if I pronounce her name
If
correctly.
that's related to this question, I think that would highly be welcome.
I would like to reiterate what Raymond said. So when I was thinking about this, and I understand your reasoning why you would like to have a working group and why would you need a working group. When we are at the in-person meeting, we have big problems scheduling working groups one next to another, and people is complaining that they are missing one or another topic they would like to attend both. And I think that adding one more working group to the existing setup would be an organizational nightmare for the RIPE NCC and for the meeting organizers. You need to understand that RIPE meeting, it's not an IETF. IETF can add gazillion of working groups, and nobody even knows how many working groups there are. But RIPE as meeting organization, I don't think it can get more working groups. Me personally, I would like to see this number being reduced, to be honest. But I understand your need. Why would you like to have it? But unfortunately, I don't know.
Thanks very much. Do we have maybe Stavros? Do you want to comment on that? If you could take the floor.
Yeah, can you hear me, guys? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, I understand the point of Jan Zorts, and yeah, definitely we have enough working groups in the RIPE meeting, and indeed also by myself when I go to the RIPE meetings, I have to skip a couple of working groups and select which one I want to attend. But to come back to the point is that one of the main aspects of Scion in order to make it work is that we need to assign, we have some administrational work to do, and we need to assign ISD numbers, and somebody has to do the job. And currently Anapaya is doing that, which is a profitable organization, and definitely we don't want to continue doing that. So somebody who is a third party organization respected from every source and who is already allocating resources has to do this task, and this is RIPE NCC. In that aspect, we need to also work on the procedures and work on the whole administrational part and the rules that govern these procedures. And this has to be done inside the working group in the context of a RIPE working group and RIPE meeting with the community as well. So I strongly believe that we should have a working group. Okay, maybe not from the next RIPE meeting, but definitely put it in the agenda to have it, just to clarify the government's policy, how we're gonna proceed with the assignment of ISDs and AS numbers, because we're gonna have organizations that want to join the Scion architecture in the near future. So we have to define the policies and the rules, and also new organizations will pop up in the future and they're gonna ask for an ISD and ASN number.
Yeah, I see there are already.
Yeah.
Sorry, Stavros.
Yeah, sure.
To continue the discussion, I see that there are already a number of people who have asked also for the microphone. I guess that's related to that question. So, Kaspar, do you want to take maybe Daniel Karenberg? He has been also discussing with us exactly about this question, so I would like to hear from him.
Yeah, I would also like to hear from him, but also Jan Zorts is back in the queue So
Oh,
maybe
okay.
he wants to
So
respond.
maybe you can
I
give
will
him the
give him
quick
floor
chance
first.
to reply to that. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. One thought is maybe you can start by asking for the community for a task force with a really defined output and what you will produce in sort of like 1 or 2 years. With that, you get a sort of official place to meet, and it will not be a working group. That's just a suggestion.
Thank you.
Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah.
I
Kaspar,
will
do you
now
want to
give the
take the
floor
next in
Yeah,
line?
I will now give the floor to Daniel Karrenberg.
Okay.
Hi there. I can totally see the reservations that Jan has, and I have one additional one is that there's a big danger of having a very specialized working group is that it only talks about itself and doesn't engage with the rest of the rest of RIPE. We had that too. Yet I think this is we should actually have a Scion working group to start with, because we haven't had really some, how do you say it, turnover, something new. My feeling is a little bit that we keep sort of rehashing the same things very often in RIPE, and I think if there's a really credible sort of new routing architecture, I think it deserves its own working group. But we should watch it very, very carefully and see whether there's actually substantial work being done and whether it actually serves to inform the RIPE community that's not part of this Scion effort about it. So to keep it very short, my opinion is let's try it and see what comes out of it. We can close a working group as easily as we start one. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Danielle, for your supporting statement. Kaspar, do we have in the chat or in the video queue additional statements to that question?
Yeah, we still have Rüdiger Volk in the audio queue, so I will give him the floor now. Are you there?
Rüdiger Volk, you should be able to speak now.
Oh, he dropped his.
Okay, so then maybe we can take the next one, and he will
I will
come
go
back.
to Hans-Peter Holen.
Okay.
We can't hear you, Hans. I think you're still muted.
So I'm still in the audio queue. No, I'm out of the audio queue. So you can hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So yeah, Hans-Peter Holen, Managing Director of the RIPE NCC. I see in the chat that there are several dimensions to what you're proposing here. I think that you want some work done. So whether that's a task force or a working group, I'll leave for you to sort out with the RIPE chair and for the RIPE community to decide on. Of course, the RIPE NCC will support that work as we support any other community work with mailing lists and so on. That is not a huge undertaking, and I think if the community wants to do this work, then we will support sort this at the same level as we support other work by the community. The moment you're talking about establishing a new registry as a permanent service for the RIPE NCC, it becomes a bit more complicated, not necessarily much, but then that's a new service that will have to be proposed normally in the services working group and be incorporated in the activity plan and budget in case it requires substantial funding in terms of FTEs and other systems to support this. And of course, that's a matter for the services working group and eventually the GM and the board. So luckily, we're starting the next version of the activity plan work in a couple of months, and that will be presented in the autumn meeting. So if there is a drive in the community to have substantial support for this in 2022, you really need to work fast. But if you're thinking of getting this standardized in the IETF and then have something happening in 23, 24, then you have plenty of time to do that. So that was just to give you a sort of the two parts here. To start to work with the community, that should not be problematic, but to get a new service up and running from the RIPE NCC, that may take a bit longer.
Okay, thank you, Hans-Petter, for this pragmatic viewpoint from the side of RIPE NCC. That's very helpful. Kaspar, do we have any further participants? I see you're Rüdiger Volk now back in the queue, so do you want to give him the floor?
Exactly, I will give him the floor.
Okay, so hopefully you can hear me. Maybe okay. I have two types of comment. One is regarding working group organization. I agree with the statement that we cannot have a huge number. On the other hand, I certainly would like to comment on the inclusion in routing, that the routing working group is a working group of BGP practitioners. And the science stuff would be something entirely different. And I don't think that will be a good thing to merge, at least for the next 5 years. The other thing is that, and that's maybe a little bit closer to what Hans-Petter is looking at, is the wish for having the NCC run a registry opens a lot of questions, meaning what is going to be in the registry and what are the exact requirements there. And I'm missing in the presentations that we had today so far, and I don't remember any others, answering to the question, well, what are the various functions and the ways of supporting these functions of the SCIEN registries? There come to mind the question, well, okay, having a registry where someone is sitting and knows what unique numbers are distributed, obviously is not sufficient for running a registry. A registry is about making the information about the registered resources available. And in a SCIEN environment, it seems to me that a lot more of information than just the Swiss National Bank and Swiss and what's the name? Where Simon is working, are the owners of number 70 or whatever. Obviously, for doing a SCIEN thing, one would need to register a lot more of information, else the end users who will be given the complex choice of selecting their paths through the networks will not be able to actually make reasonable decisions.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Rüdiger. I'd also like to give, because we are almost 10 minutes before the end of the session, to others the chance to comment on this. Kaspar, do we have any related question in the Q&A part, or shall we move on to the next discussion items? I heard also before Hans-Petter mentioning about standardization, so maybe we could also comment on that briefly. But before that, are there any further statements regarding the working group itself?
I think most aspects were already discussed Yeah.
Okay, good. So maybe for the standardization, it might be helpful now at this point, Adrian, if you want to briefly give just a quick summary of what we are planning in that direction, to also give it a bit more meat to that.
Right. So just briefly, we have been working for several years also on going through the existing avenues for standardization. However, SIAN touches on many aspects, including, of course, routing and the data plane and CA aspects and so on, that it became clear that traditional venues for standardization will take quite a long time. And since we have today already 8 ISPs that actually use SIAN in production uses, we would like to move a bit quicker initially. And so we are establishing a foundation to publish the first standard, but in the meantime, also work with existing standardization organizations to then go also the traditional avenues for creating a full SIAN standard. And so there's several things happening simultaneously, and again, it's a completely open process, which is important, and enabling the community to participate, but also interact with existing entities. We have, for instance, at the last IETF also submitted a standard proposal as well, and we will continue to do more of that in the future as well.
Thanks very much, Adrian. Now, Kaspar, do we have further questions that may be related to that we could take now at this point in the chat?
Let me have a look. Well,
If not,
someone
we
said
can also take the next question in line.
there's no one in the microphone queue at this moment. So, well, for instance, Sander Stefan asked, I think this needs to get consensus in the IETF before RIPE should start creating working groups for it. Why is this not a chosen approach? But I think Adrian already went a little bit into that.
Exactly. Yeah. If not, please, Sander, speak up again so we can discuss that in more detail.
Yeah, there's
Okay,
also a question
please
about.
go ahead with the next in line.
Yeah, I don't know if I see any more questions related to this topic. There's a number of questions about, well, ISDs and ASN numbers, but do we want to get to them right now or later?
Yeah, why not? Please go ahead with these kind of questions as well.
Okay.
I see
Leo.
now Franziska Lichtblau had asked for the microphone. I think that
Yeah,
would
okay.
also be a chance to
will
give her the floor.
Yep.
Thank you. Just before you close that topic, we had that discussion in the chat right now. You already said there are a bunch of ISPs already involved with SIAN actually using that. Especially, this is a little bit with my PC hat on, but mostly from a personal perspective. If we decide to give SIAN a proper working group slot, this will impose a time restriction on every meeting attendee. So can you give us an idea for how many of our community members SIAN is actually going to be something they will encounter, need to touch, need to know about within the, let's say, next 12 months?
Thanks very much, Franziska. I don't know if Sam or Adrian, you want to comment on the ISP question. Maybe you can mention a little bit more on what are the concrete ISPs we currently have, or related answer to that.
Right. So currently it is mostly ISPs in Switzerland, but now there's also a large ISP in South Korea, LGU+. And also we're in discussion with many additional ISPs who are interested also to connect. And so it's definitely, the network is expanding. There are a lot of interested parties. And so we believe that the interest in the next 12 months hopefully will be more and more increasing as the system is working well and is providing quite desirable properties. And so we expect the interest to keep growing. way beyond Switzerland, of course, and Europe.
Franziska, does that answer your question? If not, please speak up again.
I think within the reasonable limits of this discussion, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have some 5 minutes left for some additional questions. So Kaspar, I would like to leave it to you to decide on the next question in line.
So Leo Vegoda from And Polus LLC asks, what are the qualifying criteria to get an ISD number?
Okay, that's maybe a question for Sam. Sam, do you want to comment on that?
Sorry, I did not find the unmute button. So right now, basically, there is, and that is exactly the vacuum we're discussing here, but there is really not a qualifying criteria, right? As I said, our current practice is to hand out ISD numbers per country. So whenever we have a new network, be it ISP or an end user that wants to use SIGN in a different jurisdiction, then we usually create a new ISD. And then, of course, there was the very legitimate request from our national bank to create this industry vertical ISD. But exactly what should be, the rules that governs, yes, you can get an ISD number and no, you cannot. That I think is something that would be very fitting to such a working group here. So to answer your question, currently it's solely at Anna Pius leisure.
Okay. There are 2 questions.
So maybe there is time for 2, 3 more questions before we would then.
Yeah, there are a couple of questions about well, the size of address spaces. So, for instance, for the ISDs, there is, I believe, 16 bits. Some people think that perhaps you should be using an extendable format for those numbers. What's your response to such questions?
Maybe that's another one for Sam. Sam.
Yeah, it's essentially, we started out with a smaller address space even than the 16-bit. We initially only envisioned 12 bits, going to 16 because we believe that this would be plenty, 65,000 ISDs. There is, inter-ISD routing and beaconing. There are some scalability limitations there. So this would not scale to millions or even billions of isolation domains. That's why we think the 65K should be plenty, especially if you think, and this should of course also influence who can get an ISD number and who cannot. But if you think about country-specific ones or maybe regional-specific ones, and then some bigger industry or NGO types of use cases, then I think 65K would get a long way. Should the future prove us wrong, then yeah, we would need to kind of do a version 2 of the protocol that has an extendable format.
Thanks, Sam, for this one. Kaspar, do you want to maybe take Marco's question as well? That's also a very interesting related question.
From Marco Hogewoning?
Yep.
Yeah, he asks, will a SION internet remain interoperable with the real internet, as we know it, and a lot of us are making a living from? And what is the commercial proposition that drives this? That's the question for Marco.
Mm-hmm. Adrian, do you want to take that one?
Mm-hmm. Right. So there are parts we're working on that enables hosts to communicate. Hosts in today's internet enables them to communicate with hosts on the SAN network. But for the most part, the idea would be to provide SAN as an upgrade to today's internet. So the infrastructures are working side by side, and one can use an approach similar to Happy Eyeballs to see if Cyan is available, or if IPv6 is available, or IPv4, then pick among them the appropriate way to connect. And so although there are ways to interact, we do believe the main advantages come when Cyan is used end-to-end, or used as a backplane in a way to take regular internet traffic towards the destination and then place it back on the internet, and achieving stronger properties on this backplane essentially. I hope that. Right.
Yeah, thanks, Adrian. So actually, time is up. Even though there have been, just as you were speaking, coming in additional questions, but I think it's time now to wrap up. I would like to thank everyone for participating in this very lively discussion. I hope it was what you expected. Martina de Maas has offered to open a room in Spatial Chat where we can actually continue the discussion and take all the additional questions that came in, and the ones that we haven't been able to answer now in this 1 hour slot. So please do make use of that. The Spatial Chat room is called Cyan BOF. So you can use that to ask additional questions, and I guess some of the speakers and supporters will remain around to help answering those questions. All the slides that we presented today will also be made available on the RIPE82 website. The URL is indicated here. So with that, I would like to conclude this BOF session. It was a pleasure to hosting and sharing it. I hope you liked it, and we'll certainly keep discussing about this topic. Thank you very much, and have a nice evening.